Right. So yes, hello everyone. My name is Sergey Gribnyak, and we are starting our third and the last day of second IEEE Ukraine Distributed Ledger Technologies Forum. Here with me already our first speaker, so we are not having delays like we had yesterday, Gayan Benedict, who is the partner at PricewaterhouseCoopers, which is also one of the big four companies, and he also is a research fellow at MIT. Gayan, please feel free to introduce yourself, and the stage is yours.
Thank you, Serge, and hello everyone. I'm really pleased to be here. My name's Guyan Benedict. I'm an industry research fellow at MIT Sloan, the School of Management there. Also, as Serge mentioned, a partner at PwC. Before this, and I draw on this sort of experience in this presentation I'll share with you, I was the CTO for Salesforce in our region in Australia, New Zealand, and before then the CIO for our central bank, the Reserve Bank of Australia. And so I had a big emphasis or focus on resilience, particularly in my central bank role. And some of the thinking that went into this research came from that period of time. So I'm looking forward to this conversation. What I want to do is really share with you some of the lessons that myself and my research collaborators have experienced over the last several years looking at governance of ecosystems and how that works and how it doesn't work. And so we're looking at failure cases of governance across ecosystems and also success stories, and also some of our more recent research, which is extending that research on governance of ecosystems to the resilience of ecosystems, which hopefully will be of value and interest to you. So I wanted to share that some of those research insights with you. Just probably for context, my background in resilience is very much initially from an enterprise perspective for organizations, but obviously looking after the central bank technology for Australia, there was a big focus on ecosystem resilience, particularly the financial sector. And although resilience for organizations is challenging, achieving resilience across ecosystems much more challenging. And so obviously of relevance to yourselves in Ukraine in particular, and I'm fascinated if there's any questions on this topic as we go through the conversation. So the research outcomes I'm going to share with you based on a whole bunch of interviews we conducted over the last 2 years, including with some key folk involved in this conference from Ukraine, actually, across a large number of countries, like I said, including Ukraine, 21 different companies, some small, some not-for-profit organizations, some very small startups, ranging to organizations of over 400,000 individuals, and a broad range of leaders and accountable parties that we interviewed for this research as well. So I wanted to share here some of the thinking around why ecosystems are becoming more and more important. For many years, organizations were the key focus of economic activity, employment, new innovations. But over the last probably 10 or so years, particularly with digital innovation accelerated by COVID, digital transformation, we've seen an increasing amount of effort going into the development of digital ecosystems. And when we did the research, we were really interested to know why organizations putting more and more effort into their ecosystem solutions and the generation of value across ecosystems. And we came across three main reasons. The first on the left there is the opportunity to grow value. And we did a lot of case research in this study. One of the organizations we worked with was Bayer and their agricultural business in South America. And what we found was the opportunity to actually use an ecosystem to grow value beyond the traditional commercial relationships that an organization had. And so, Bayer in that case would sell fertilizer to farmers, and that was a very transactional relationship, and it was a source of revenue for Bayer. But they found an opportunity to create a digital ecosystem where more and more different participants were able to participate in that ecosystem, and then more participants who were able to contribute information, services, and products into the ecosystem, there was actually an increased growth in economic activity for all participants. And so we find that the opportunity to grow value and create economic wealth was one of the reasons to encourage ecosystem participation, where you get more than two parties to actually contribute towards collective solutions. The second key motivation we found for ecosystem growth was the opportunity to address shared challenges and goals in a way that any individual organization was not able to address unilaterally. And so a good example of this, we used the case study of the new payments platform, the National Real-Time Payment Infrastructure established in Australia. The lack of real-time payments in the country was a source of inefficiency, lack of innovation, and it was also something that could not be solved by either the central bank alone or any individual bank. And so this challenge of having no real-time payments and the inefficiency caused by that was a challenge that was actually shared by all of the financial sector participants. And it was only by contributing and acting together as an ecosystem collaboration that shared challenge and goal could be addressed. And so we find this is often the case with shared problems like cybersecurity vulnerabilities, even climate change to a different extent. So these are problems which traditionally any one organization or maybe even two organizations can't solve bilaterally, but where a problem is shared across many parties, and the only way to really genuinely tackle the problem or achieve a goal that spans across an ecosystem is to actually collaborate as an ecosystem of participants. And so this was another apparent use case as to why ecosystem growth was developing, where there were these important societal or industry level challenges that hadn't been able to be solved unilaterally or bilaterally, and therefore multilateral solutions were really the only way to genuinely address those kind of challenges. And then from a distributed ledger perspective, we looked deep into the Web3 community and found that Web3 community in particular was a really good example of where ecosystems could come together, and participants in an ecosystem were able to find resources and expertise not otherwise available to them as an individual entity or organization, but which collectively as an ecosystem was accessible. And one of the examples we found quite fascinating was we researched with Wolfram Research, the makers of Wolfram Alpha, and we found that they were participating in the Cardano platform, putting up proposals and actually using successful proposals to actually fund the development of key AI capabilities for their platform. And so we found that was a really interesting example of ecosystems being a source of not just financial resources, but also expertise not otherwise available to an individual organization trying to address a problem. So these were some of the compelling reasons we found as to why ecosystem collaboration was increasing. So I often find it's one thing to talk about why things work, but it's always, I think, possibly even more interesting to find out why they don't work. And this was one of the key outcomes of the research, was to identify reasons for failed ecosystem collaborations. And I thought I'd share them with you in case they're of value. One of the things we found was that although value may be created across an ecosystem, we looked at some examples just previously, it's possible and often the case that value does not exceed the investment and the risk taken on by participants. And if that value is not seen or perceived to be greater than the risk or the investment required by any one participant, that can contribute to participants dropping out of participation in the ecosystem. And if enough participants withdraw from participation in the ecosystem, then the ecosystem collaboration itself will fail. Another key reason we found was if there was a particularly powerful participant within an ecosystem, potentially seeking to govern the broader ecosystem, maybe it was the organization or individual that initiated the ecosystem in the first place. If the participants did not trust the motivations or the actions of that particular governing party, that was another reason for ecosystem participants to withdraw their participation. And so that's something which we'll touch on in terms of a way of improving ecosystem collaboration shortly. We then looked at the other core issue that we found was that participants may find or perceive that the benefits that are becoming generated for an ecosystem are not being fairly distributed to them, that those benefits may be going to another party or maybe a governing party in a way which is unfairly distributed to them and against the participants. And so if there's an inadequate or a perception of inadequate distribution of benefits, that's another reason for withdrawal. Other examples are misalignment of goals of a particular organization participant with the ecosystem goals. They literally may be heading in different directions. Lack of transparency around the motivations of participants could actually cause a failure of a loss of trust, which warrants participants withdrawing their participation. They may not trust the motivations of other participants, including governing parties. They may be fearful of submitting information or data or value into the ecosystem because they feel that they will be abused or taken advantage of by other parties to the ecosystem. And then finally, particularly where information had to be submitted into an ecosystem, there was a concern about the privacy and the confidentiality of that information, particularly where other participants are competitors of a participant. And so if there's no means of ensuring the confidentiality or the security of information being shared and having confidence that it won't be used against a participant, then that lack or that concern about privacy and confidentiality is another reason for a participant to withdraw participation. And if enough of them do it, again, ultimately leading to the failure of the ecosystem. So these were sort of a series of interesting findings in which we've now incorporated into sort of design around how do you actually design an ecosystem collaboration to optimize and reduce the possibility of these failure cases being in existence. So what I've got here now are 3 separate ecosystem collaboration governance designs which we developed as part of this research. And they move from centralized all the way to the right there, which we call liquid, which you'll obviously be very familiar with, highly decentralized. But if I start on the left, this is the concept that we described as an alpha governance model, where you have many participants in an ecosystem, but fundamentally there is one key participant, the alpha, who actually purportedly governs and drives the overall health and activity of the ecosystem. So it's essentially a single decision maker. It's based on a leader concept of a leading governing body. And for success, you normally have to require that governing body to be very clear and transparent around the distribution of benefits. And this is really important so that the other participants feel that that governing alpha is not attracting all of the benefits at their expense. It's also very important that that alpha is visibly investing in the infrastructure of the ecosystem. Participants see an alpha governing body is contributing to new capability, investing in the maintenance of an ecosystem and the health of the ecosystem, then all of those factors contribute to the longevity and the success of that ecosystem. We see these ecosystems quite prevalent in technology platforms. In fact, we did a case study on Salesforce and their App Exchange platform and demonstrated how Salesforce is reasonably well regarded for how it invests in the platform and continually innovates on that platform to the benefit of participants. And so that's the alpha model. It's centralized governance. It can fall foul of the failure cases we just looked at previously. So it's really important that the governing alpha goes out of its way to distribute benefits and demonstrate investment in the platform and in the ecosystem itself to keep the maintenance of the trust of participants on an ongoing basis. The next model, which we're finding is actually increasingly popular in ecosystems where there's at least a small number, if not a larger number, of relatively powerful parties. In this case, we call it representative governance. And the concept here is that main parties, not necessarily all parties, but at least a significant number of powerful parties, each collectively nominate and endorse a governing body to be established that represents their interests. And so it could be a shared committee, for instance, which includes participant members, or it could be an a new institution or an organization that's set up to specifically represent the interests of a diverse set of ecosystem participants. And so the governing authority governs on behalf of all participants. Important here, we talked about, is the ability to deal with contention and disagreement, because now you've got more parties represented in the central governing decisions. And so contention management is really key. Importantly, also, it's critical to actually have a social contract in place, and so that the parties who are represented by that governing authority have an agreement socially around how they're going to behave and what role they're going to play as part of that governing authority. And so these were key reasons for success, and addressed again some of the failure cases that could otherwise undermine the longevity of an ecosystem. And then finally, the third viable governing body model that we saw was one that was really coming out of the Web3 community in particular, and we called this the liquid governance model. And this is where we have a very large number of participants who achieve consensus using some kind of consensus rules. Typically, there is a technology dependency here on some kind of blockchain-based voting, could be a DAO-based system, but essentially a Web3 distributed community protocol was a technical dependency required for sort of scalable liquid governance. But in terms of success factors, a few interesting concepts were apparent in the research. One is the very important prevalence of efficient value distribution. Because there's a lot of participants, it's really important to be able to efficiently distribute value and benefits across participants. If it's inefficient, then there's a risk that participants don't feel that they're actually receiving adequate compensation for participation. Another issue that has to be addressed in the design of this governance, and it's also relevant for representative governance, is a crisis resolution modality. So the ability to make decisions in a hurry during a crisis. Typically, decision-making in these more distributed governance models takes longer because there's more parties to organize and coordinate. And so there needs to be the ability to switch into a crisis resolution mode when necessary. In those cases, sometimes we see a collapsing of governance. And rather than going to the right, you may see at least a short-term collapse down to a more centralized governing modality until the crisis is passed. Some interesting concepts that came from the discussion too is this concept of minimal viable democracy. I'll thank Max for that contribution. The concept that you don't need every single participant in the community to vote or participate in governance, but you just need just enough. And so that adds an efficiency dividend to the governance. It also means that you generally want those members of the community who are experts on the issue that is being governed to lean in and participate in the governance. And you want those who are not experts to rely on the reputation of others who are participating in the governance as experts. And so if you can get those permutations and configurations right, you can have a sustainable liquid governance model across a highly distributed community. So this was really the heart of the research findings, is how to design different governance scenarios to optimize for the failure cases and the success measures needed to get successful ecosystem governance on in a sustainable fashion. So key findings of the research: importance of transparency of decision-making and actions to build trust and consensus over time, the criticality of participation, whether it's representative or liquid, in decision-making in order to access resources, but also expertise so that you have higher quality decisions. And then very importantly, the criticality of distributing costs across the participants in a fair manner, but even more importantly, the perception and the reality of distributing benefits equitably across the participants so they feel like there is an adequate compensation for sustained participation in the ecosystem. So now I'm going to get to the very last part of the discussion. And now this is the extension of the research that we're currently building. So we've looked at the governance of ecosystems and how there are different modalities for governing ecosystems. The current research project we're doing is extending this to look at the resilience of those ecosystems. And I wanted to draw your attention to the subline and the heading there. what are key elements for ecosystem resilience? The key finding from our research is that ecosystems lack certain organizational levers that exist in companies or institutions, and so has to compensate for this lack with other measures. So some of the things that an ecosystem lacks that do exist in an organization or an institution is they lack hierarchical authority. There's no boss typically in an ecosystem that can order all of the participants to act in a certain way. And so there has to be less reliance on hierarchical authority. The other thing that is lacking in an ecosystem is controlled systems. Within an organization, an institution, you typically have much more control over the systems and the flow of information. But the moment you get into an ecosystem, you're reliant on information being shared between organizations, individuals who do not have the same shared infrastructure. And so you have less reliance on controlled systems. And so because you lack hierarchical authority, and because you lack controlled systems, you have to rely on other compensating measures. And these were some of the key factors that the researchers identified. The first that I identify is critical intelligence feedback loops. You see we've used the term UDA, which has come from US Air Force contribution into the research, which is this opportunity to observe, orient, decide, and act across an ecosystem. Obviously, initially from military context, but the idea being that you want to very quickly, as a pilot, contextualize the war theater and be able to understand a threat and decide and then make an action as quickly as possible. So first you want to close the loop, and then you want to accelerate the loop. And so in a digital ecosystem in particular, you want to be able to get intelligence from multiple participants, both inside and outside the ecosystem. You want to be able to orient threats and opportunities, make decisions, and then act on those as quickly as possible. And so consciously architecting feedback loops across participants is really important, and to compensate for the lack of controlled systems that otherwise exist in an ecosystem. This is particularly important when you have a high threat environment. And so the UDA feedback loop is particularly important to engineer and then sustain in order to be able to respond to rapidly evolving threats. A few other key measures I'll just highlight here is the importance of building trust, because inherently there is very little trust or no trust in an ecosystem. And so there has to be conscious efforts and mechanisms established to build trust between parties where trust is required. And so that has to be a conscious design consideration for not just the setup of an ecosystem, but its ongoing maintenance. Critical to have appropriate industry and government collaborations, and this could include regulators, but this could include all aspects of government, including defense, health, education. In this case, in the context it was developed here, was in the context of cybersecurity, to make sure that certain threat information that government has unique access to can be shared with industry in an opportune basis. I've already talked about the criticality of cost and value distribution, and this needs to be engineered into an ecosystem design to make sure that cost and value can be captured and then parsed and distributed equitably across participants. I've already talked about the criticality of having a crisis resolution modality. Typically, ecosystems can operate quite slowly, change can happen over time, but there needs to be the ability to switch into a crisis resolution mode when threats are urgent and have to be resolved rapidly. And then very importantly, and this came up from some research we did with NASA when they were looking at their private and public and collaboration that's now occurring, is this importance of orchestrating functions. There are some things where it just helps to have a coordinator or a designated individual or institution or organization that has a role that just adds efficiency and coordination of information, activity, assets across an ecosystem, which otherwise would be very difficult to negotiate multilaterally. And so depending on the nature of the ecosystem, it would be valuable to say, are there certain functions which would benefit from orchestration, and declaring someone accountable for that orchestration and seeking their endorsement by the bulk of the participating ecosystem members. The last thing I'm going to show you, one of the last things, is just this cascading view of where enterprise resilience sits in relationship to ecosystem resilience. What I've got here is just the layers of capability and discipline that are needed to collectively build system resilience, expand it to functional resilience, and then ultimately have enterprise resilience. And what I wanted to do here is articulate what in addition is needed to achieve ecosystem resilience at a whole of network, whole of ecosystem level. Again, the mechanisms such as feedback OODA loops are quite different to what's required at the lower levels of resilience hierarchy. And then very finally, the last slide that I have is on the left here. I've sort of laid out the typical progression you have to try to build up collective organizational resilience and world-class resilience at an organizational level. But I've tried to create a clear mark here to identify that at an ecosystem level, you need more of an orchestration function. And they're very specific things like looking after systemic risk, benefit distribution, trust curation, which is not typically done at an organizational level. And so it's really important that if you are an organization that has an accountability for a broader ecosystem health or sustainability, that you think about adding some extra dimensions to your focus, because your efforts or even your excellence in organizational resilience is not going to otherwise achieve those outcomes for the ecosystem. So we've covered a lot. I've just got some links here to our MIT research. You can go to the MIT CISA Center for Information Systems and actually see some of the deeper analysis of the research that I've shared with you today. I'm very happy if anyone wants to reach out or even ask any questions now. So Serge and Max, I guess we're wrapping up. If there's time for any questions, very happy to take them.
Yes, thank you so much for the great presentation. Here is the question from Max. Could you share more on how the crisis resolution modality could work with some examples?
Sure. We've thought about this from a financial sector perspective, Max. There may be a payments outage which actually warrants taking off a certain participant off the network. So if there's a regulator involved, they may say, actually, we're having an issue caused by a participant in a financial payment chain. And while they are on the network, they are contributing to operational failures for other participants. And so we'll execute a kill switch and take them off the network. So that could be an example where maybe the governing body or a subset of the governing body, you may have a crisis team that is appointed, can have the authority to literally withdraw participants from the ecosystem in a digital context. So that's just one example.
Well, that's very interesting. I have an assumption that there is a lot of game theory involved in this study, and I wanted to ask, where can we review the full version? Maybe it is published somewhere.
Yes, I've put the link here actually on this page. You can see the CISA stands for Center for Information Systems Research at MIT.edu. And just on the bottom, you can go to Research Library, and you can research. Yes. You can research for these two projects: designing ecosystem governance to grow value and approaches to ecosystem governance, and that will reveal a little bit more about the information we shared today. Some of the research, Sergi, that I presented hasn't yet been published, so it's still in-flight research.
Well, that would be very interesting. If you can let us know where we can follow you and follow the publishing of your research findings, that would be helpful for us.
Yeah, great. I'm pretty boring. You can just follow me on LinkedIn. And obviously, I've shared my email at the beginning of the research, so you can just get in touch directly as well.
Sounds great. Yeah, that's so. Let's see if we have any other questions. It doesn't seem so. Well, in that case, thank you so much for being with us, and yeah, we definitely will be following up with you. So thank you. It was very insightful presentation.
Thanks, Serge. Thanks, Max. Thanks all.
Yeah, have a great day. Thank you.
You too.
Bye-bye. All right. So now the next speaker is here is our next speaker. So Kirilo Khomyakov, who is the regional lead of finance. Is that correct?
Yeah, it is. Thank you.
Yeah. So you are actually first presenter presenting from car. I don't know how can I help you. I mean, with presentation or anyhow else. But I assume you have a course of action. So the stage is yours. Let me know if you want me to upload anything anywhere or assist you in any other way.
No, that's fine. Sorry for the logistics. I'm going to stop right now. So I hope the connection is good. So which language are we talking today? Is it English or Ukrainian?
Well, it is a IEEE forum, so yeah, English is a requirement.
Right, super, no problem. So first of all, thanks a lot for having me. Apologies again for a little bit background noise. I'll stop in a moment. I am really happy to be able to talk a little bit about strategic projects that ByteDance help implementing in the regions and in our region and globally. And hopefully soon with the upcoming regulation in Ukraine, we will be able to implement these use cases and many more in Ukraine. I'm Ukrainian, and that's obviously for myself and for my team is the most important country. So I'm the regional head of the Central and Eastern Europe, Central Asia and Africa at ByteDance. So myself and my team were responsible for growth and all the operations in these countries. With the recent shift coming from the US for the last year with the President Trump election, much more countries are actually understanding that instead of fighting crypto, it's much better to embrace new technology and actually give for the citizens of the country all the power and additional benefits that the blockchain and crypto are bringing to the users and to the country as such. So immediately, most of the countries of the world have started talking about things like strategic reserve, about the local currency-backed stable coins, and obviously the discussions about the CBDC, central bank digital currency, are happening for a while in any case. But there are more, right? There is payments in crypto, there is a special tax regimes and the special regulations for the crypto companies and other things to actually invite more business to the country so that engineers, people are building the projects, companies, startups are being created. So overall, it creates additional jobs and additional taxes for the country eventually. So what we've done for the last couple of months is in the some CIS countries, specifically in Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan. So these countries are very crypto friendly, right? They want to become the regional hubs. They want to embrace the crypto. They want to invite crypto companies, crypto startups. They want to help educating new generations so that they are like making a strategic course forward supporting crypto. So a couple of things that I wanted to share with you, and this is actually working already. So I'll start from the CBDC, right? So CBDC is an interesting one. Central bank digital currency. A lot of the digital banks are thinking about that, but there is really lack of the use cases. But there is already a use case in Kazakhstan, which I think is going to be very relevant for Ukraine. So what these guys did is central bank digital currency is used for the governmental tenders, right? RFPs, where RFPs, when you are using the CBDC to disburse the funds to the winners of the government RFPs, so that you have all the transparent review of where the money flow goes. And if you are the corporate user, for example, the companies that building the roads, or for example, the company that's building the telecom networks, you are really you really have no choice to receive these funds from the government unless you get it in the local currency CBDC. And so for all the commercial banks, in order to support the corporate users, they had to build their own nodes to disburse this CBDC to their corporate users. So immediately all the banks in the country, they now support the CBDC for the corporates. That's not for retail, but it's still a good thing because it's supported by all the banks, it's supported by all the big companies, and it builds this transparency and controls over the government funds. With the recent events in Ukraine, I'm sure that if we had these things, it would be much easier to prevent potential crimes or to control the state budget allocation and utilization. So that's one. In Kyrgyzstan, for example, there is a different flow, right? So the National Bank is using CBDC more for retail. So they want to combine the national-backed stable coins, the national currency-backed stable coins, and the CBDC and create the bridge between traditional fiat, local stablecoin, and CBDC to create this 360 flow of the digital local SOM. That's the name of the local currency, which is actually also a good idea, and build like a separate wallets for all the users who would like to see. That's another use case for the CBDC. But again, it's a very early stage, and if the National Bank of Ukraine will decide to eventually go back to this idea, we will be very happy to support and share our technology and share our knowledge and help building it in Ukraine. So second thing is the national currency-backed stable coins. So all the countries, they want to support the new technology and the digital projects, but everyone afraid of the USD-backed stablecoin because no country in the world wants dollarization of its economy, right? Everyone is afraid and would like to prevent the situation like in Argentina, for example, when you see the prices in the local retail shops in the USDT, right? So the main focus for the regulators is to support the national currency and to expand the power of the national currency. That's why national currency-backed stable coins are so important and is being now developed in all the countries. So we built separate ones for Kazakhstan and for Kyrgyzstan. And this is meant to speed up the process of the money inflow from crypto to the local currency, as well as a couple of other cases, which is the payments inside the country and cross-border payments, as well as connection with the CBDC and also yields for the users, right? So what's the main use case for the local currency-backed stablecoins? Obviously the yields, because the rates are more than 10%, which is very competitive in the market. So if the stablecoin issuer would decide to share these yields with the users, that's a very strong use case. So that's the second thing. The third thing is and I actually know that there is a couple of I will connect what's done there with my understanding what's happening in Ukraine, right? I know that there was a couple of the stable coins built in Ukraine, but the main problem is that there is no regulation for the stable coin. For stable coin to be successful, it needs to be onboarded by banks, right? Not just by issuing bank and reserve bank, but also by all the commercial banks to have a quick and easy conversion between the traditional local currency and the stable coin, right? Unless the stable coin is regulated like hryvnia, right? It will not be accepted by the commercial banks as the high risk. So I think one key requirement we need is the stable coin regulation. And obviously for UAH, there is a very, very strong business case, both from the yields and potential percents it can generate perspective, and also for the issues we're having for the payments within Ukraine. So yeah, really looking forward to this once we are ready to do it. Now, crypto reserve. This is also another very interesting thing, as you can see from the last couple of years, basically from the time when war started in Ukraine, a lot of the central banks globally are buying gold heavily because there is concerns and risks regarding the US dollars. So the banks are moving from the US treasuries to the physical gold, and this is actually what pushed the price of the gold so much up for this last couple of years. And this is actually a good sign for the not just the traditional banks or the institutional clients, but also the governments and the regulators, which is the most traditional and the most conservative ones, to differentiate their portfolios. And we see more and more cases and announcements of the governments who are buying the cryptocurrency in their reserves. There is a discussion happening in Ukraine too, but it's very early stage. Just a draft of the law has been submitted to the parliament. And when we dig a little bit deeper what it is required to apply this law, it actually appears that so many different laws needs to be changes. It's even like up to the constitution, some articles needs to be changed to be able to support the crypto reserve. But the interesting fact that all the countries, they are doing the crypto reserves differently. It's just only Kazakhstan, I think, who is changing some existing forex reserves to crypto, a small portion of it, right? However, some other countries, they are getting it from some specific revenues the country receive. It's either from mining, or from the gold mining, or from the crypto tax. So these are the actual use cases we saw that from these like new revenues, this all been reinvested into the Bitcoin, BNB, and some other currencies. So this is actually happening in many of our countries, and we saw this already that Kazakhstan bought a lot of the BNB. The National Crypto Reserve is established in Kyrgyzstan and in few other countries of our region too. So that's on the crypto reserve. Now, another interesting thing is basically tokenization. So tokenization is going very fast, and initially, we started discussing with our very advanced Ministry of Digital a couple of years ago, right, about tokenization of some governmental services, right? So we were thinking about tokenization of the diplomas in the higher education, or the land register, or some other registers to be tokenized and to be put in the blockchain. However, this didn't have a strong use case. So what we see now is that the idea about tokenization is changing. It's more now thinking towards the real liquid, real world assets, right? RWAs. And the most liquids are obviously gas, oil, and physical gold. So there is many use cases in the world when these types of assets are being localized, and it actually pushes the business model and the revenue model for these companies who are doing it up significantly, right? So it solves the logistics issue, it solves the price fluctuation issue, it solves the controls issues, it helps to raise capital, and it's like significantly improves the business model once there is the possession of the such a liquid assets from the company. So I think we're going to be seeing it more and more, and hopefully I can start talking about some of these projects in Ukraine, but I have not heard about this yet from my side. So yeah, really happy to support this type of things. Another interesting thing about tokenization is verified credentials, right? So there is the pilot projects that are happening now in Dubai and Abu Dhabi about the verified credentials of the someone's IDs and someone's credit history. So it's just the way how we work with the documents. So now, in order to get the loan, for example, in the bank, you don't need to prepare a lot of the documents. You just provide a hash key, right? And the bank can go to the blockchain and validate that your data is right with someone who is also in the same system of the validation. So this verified credential is also something interesting that's happening. And lastly, I think we are hearing more and more about paying in crypto and being able to pay without a need for the traditional Visa, MasterCard, and other payment systems. So this actually speeds up the process significantly, reduces the price for the whole ecosystem, for the merchant, for the user, for the acquiring bank, as well as allows much more flexibility to no needing to hold fiat or the exchange from your fiat to some local fiat for the tourists, etc. So we've heard about the countries like Bhutan that has enabled the payment across the whole country. So it's actually interesting how it works. It works through the Binance Pay, and the only thing that needs to be accepted is that the bank who is owning these POS terminals or these QR codes, if there is a national system, to be able to accept stable coins as a means of settlement from Binance, right? So then when the user is paying online in the retail network at some merchant, by either buying a coffee or booking the hotel or whatever in this country, he can pay in any of the cryptocurrency, then Binance automatically converts it to the stable coin and sending real time this amount in the stable coin to the corporate account of the bank at Binance. So that's it. And I mean, as soon as however, then when the bank is settling to the merchant, it settles in the local currency. So it doesn't change the approach that all the countries are having, that the only means of the payment is the national currency, because the actual payment to the merchant is happening in the local currency. So it's fully compliant. The only thing is that the bank has to accept the settlement or in the stable coins. And I hope with the upcoming regulation, we can do it soon in Ukraine and enhance our payment ecosystem to the different level. So yeah, there's just a couple of the things I wanted to share, and I really hope we can see more of this example and many other use cases in Ukraine soon. So that's it from my side. Thank you very much for listening, and I'm opening for the questions, if any. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Kirilo. It was informative. And we already have two questions. So I'm showing them one by one, and I will be reading them to you. So between mentioned proposal, how could you prioritize them on the scale of value, effort scale for Ukrainian case, for Ukraine's case?
So in any business case we are looking at the potential and the size of the country, right? So it's very business oriented. The bigger the country, the higher the business case, the more potential revenues and profits and the crypto adoption it builds. So for us, Ukraine will be always a priority because that's the biggest country in our region, and the crypto adoption is so huge, and the number of users, if you count per population in Ukraine, is one of the biggest in the world. So for us, Ukraine will always be a priority. And how we look at this is actually how many people is going to be using this service. Whether or not we can benefit from this financially by some fees structure or some, users onboarding structure or not, but just helping country to build the crypto adoption. We always look at the use case from the number of users who potentially can benefit from this solution.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. One more question. Who might be interested in Ukrainian tokenized assets? So what kind of customers, geographies, I assume what kind of investors, maybe some types, categories of these assets could be of a higher relevance than the others?
So that's the traditional things that Ukraine is selling abroad, which are the commodities, right? So let's say we don't have too much gold, but I will give you the theoretical example how the gold tokenization work, right? So there is a big country that mines gold, and it has the actual vaults. So it's actually the real world example that's now building in Asia. So this company that mines gold has opened the vaults in Hong Kong and in Singapore, and these vaults belong to the specific custodian, right? Verified custodian. So they moved a specific amount of the gold there, and they have tokenized it. So now people across the world, for example, from Ukraine, can buy this token and own the gold that they can go and pick up physically anytime from these vaults, right? So from Ukraine example, that's interesting. What we can do, we can tokenize electricity, right? We can tokenize gas for both internal market or external if we export. So there could be a lot of the use cases, but it's important that these assets should be liquid. And another thing is that you can tokenize both the asset itself, or you can tokenize the shares of this company, and then you can invest in this company business model in a way to profit from the revenue this company generates.
All right, understood. And do you think it is the type of securities? It is more, more like equity or more a debt? What type of, or it is hard to forecast at this given time?
So this is what I'm saying. It can be a tokenized equity, right? If this is a public traded company, whether in Ukrainian exchange or US exchange, so you can tokenize the shares, right? Tokenize equity, or you can tokenize the asset. But the most important question here is, who is the buyer of this asset? So if you have the buyer of this asset globally or externally from Ukraine, and from logistics and the price fluctuations perspective, this can be very interesting business case.
I was asking. Well, thank you for this answer. I was thinking, asking. Maybe it is too detailed. From your perspective, what do you think can be of a bigger demand in Ukraine? Is it like a debt-based securities or equity-based? But if it is too early, or it is too specific question, or it is too hard to forecast, then yeah, we can skip it.
I think it can be anything that has a strong business case. I would say, since we don't have a strong Ukrainian exchange, right, with the public listed companies, I would more think about the assets and specifically about our export production. It can be agriculture, it can be gas, it can be electricity, something liquid.
All right, understood. Thank you so much for this. A lot of interesting information. We probably will be following up with the questions. And yeah, thank you for being with us. Wishing you to have a pleasant journey to there where you headed.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me. Really enjoyed it. Bye.
Yeah, thank you. Bye-bye. All right. So our next speaker is Olga Asinska from Ministry of Digital Transformation of Ukraine. And for example, yesterday we had a panel where we were talking about some research we're doing and the work which was preceding this on the innovation strategy. And yeah, I was collaborating with Olga on this. So Olga has always a lot of interesting things to share. Olga, the stage is yours.
Hello, thank you, Sergey. The first question is, can you see my presentation? Okay, I guess.
I have to be on the stage for you to hear me. Yeah, yes, we can see your presentation.
Okay, thank you. So, good afternoon, dear representatives of the Second Ukrainian DLT Forum, dear colleagues. It's a truly pleasure to be here with you today. I'm deeply honored to participate in this important event because it gives me an opportunity to share Ukraine's strategic vision for digital recovery and high-tech development, a vision that combines resilience, innovation, and hope. Well, my name is Olga Asinska, and I'm the head of the Sandbox for AI and Blockchain Startups. It is a joint initiative launched by the Ministry of Digital Transformation of Ukraine on the one hand, and the Ukrainian Startup Fund as well. And a little bit about me. For the past 6 years, I have been closely involved in the ministry's innovation and digital governance initiatives. And my career began with projects like e-residency, and since then my work was expanded to tackle the complex challenges of emerging technologies, particularly AI and blockchain. And today I have the privilege of leading the Sandbox for AI and Blockchain Startups, a platform designed to help innovators grow and navigate regulation with confidence. And even in the midst of war, we continue to build. And what we do at the ministry is not only about defending our country, but also laying the foundations for a smarter, more resilient future. Ukraine has firmly committed to developing high-tech, future-proof products, particularly those based on AI and blockchain. And our ambitious goal set by the ministry is to bring Ukraine in the top 3 countries in the world in AI development and implementation by 2030. So why Web3 matters? In the context of renewal, focusing on technologies embedded in Web3 plays a pivotal role. And firstly, sustainability and distributed trust, because the war has shown us how fragile centralized systems can be and how vital decentralized verifiable records are. DLT provides transparency, data integrity, and resilience, which is crucial for protecting property rights and managing critical data. And the second reason is economic recovery. We must create clear legal pathways for blockchain projects and to attract foreign investment. And therefore, Sandbox directly support solutions based on blockchain and artificial intelligence. And I'll tell more about it a little bit later. And third, of course, it is the development of AI sovereignty. Because together with DLT, our focus on AI is a matter of national strategy, especially in security and technological independence. Right now, we are actively developing the national large language model in partnership with Kyivstar. And if we are talking about contextual accuracy, this national LLM is trained on Ukrainian data, enabling it to understand our language nuances and some dialects, maybe even cultural context far better than global models. And the second point is security, because national LLM ensures that data stays within Ukraine's border, which is vital for defense and healthcare and finance and public governance as well. But this LLM is only a part of a broader vision, the national strategy for the development of artificial intelligence by 2030, as I mentioned. And this strategy emphasizes the mass implementation of AI in both public and private sectors, with a special focus on defense and education. And we aim to become a global pilot site, a place where world-class AI solutions are created, tested, and trusted. And to achieve this, we follow 3 main approaches. The first of it is maximize AI on the battlefield, then to expand expertise across industries, and the next to us is to build an international level R&D accelerator for AI innovations. Well, let's talk a little bit about our main topic, Ukrainian Sandbox for AI and Blockchain Startups. As I mentioned, our ambitious goal, we faced something like a regulatory vacuum, because Ukraine doesn't currently have dedicated legislation in the field of AI or distributed ledger technologies, including blockchain, and this creates some barriers for startups and complicates interaction and communication with public authorities as well. And many effective solutions, especially for the public sector, remained at the pilot stage due to this legal uncertainty. And that's why the sandbox actually was born. It is coordinated on the one hand by the Ministry of Digital Transformation of Ukraine and operated by the Ukrainian Startup Fund. And its primary mission is to support developers in the fields of AI and blockchain by offering them free audits, consultations, expert recommendations to improve their products. Our sandbox functions right now as an experimental project because on 29th of October 2024, the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine approved the resolution regulating its operation. And it means that the project runs for 2 years until October 2026. And throughout this period, companies building AI and blockchain solutions may participate and receive expert assessments and recommendations free of charge. And for the state, our sandbox enables something like real-time insight into how companies adapt to upcoming regulatory requirements. And it also allows us to collect practical insights from business experience as well. And it is our intermediate aim to create legislation that is simple, clear, and effective, and data collected during product evaluations, including assessment of safety and compliance with ethical, legal, and technical standards, will serve as the foundation for legislative proposals. And the important issue that our participants of Sandbox also can contribute to regulatory development. After the experimental period, the ministry must submit a report to the Cabinet of Ministers on the results and proposals for further improving legislation. And we will also prepare guidance for developers and government institutions. So let's talk about our participants who can join. As I mentioned, participation is voluntary and free. And currently, we are talking only about Ukrainian registered companies who may apply. But right now, we start to think about opening the door for individual entrepreneurs as well. So if we are talking about key criteria, it includes technology, because the solution must use AI or blockchain. The second point is readiness. At least company may have a prototype or research version, but if we are talking about concept projects, it's also such companies also may join, but they have to send us technical documentation with their application as well. And the third point is application areas. Here we are talking about digital economy, public infrastructure, public services, all which is closely connected with GovTech, healthcare, agricultural sector, education and science, defense and security technologies. And right now we are going to additionally include the energy sector and culture. And companies whose products are used for the development of financial services and the payment market or in the field of gambling are not liable to participate. Why is it so? Because if we are talking about financial sector, the the key player in this field is the National Bank of Ukraine. That's why they are not eligible. And we also have restrictions for companies associated with the Russian Federation and Belarus, and such companies are also not liable to participate. Well, a few words about our experts. The sandbox is supported by a team of 24 persons right now. It is a head of project, it's me. It's a technical administrator, communication managers, and the core of our sandbox, our experts. There are 11 lawyers, 3 business analysts, 1 cybersecurity specialist, and 6 AI and blockchain experts. Well, our expert assistance is structured into 3 key verticals or blocks of expertise. The first one and the most popular among companies is a legal block, and here we focus on compliance with legislation, and this block includes general legal audit, also audit on personal data protection and processing, then intellectual property analysis, then audit of AI solution compliance with AI Act, and the new expertise based on the Hudera methodology. I will tell a little bit about it later. And technical block focused, as we see, on the quality, safety, and reliability of technology, and it includes comprehensive technological expertise of AI products from design to deactivation, and as well of blockchain technologies. And here the third point is cybersecurity. And we also have a business block, which is focused on commercial viability and financial stability. And this block includes business analysis of the financial component of the startup and assessment of the startup's business model. And it is very important. To say that Sandbox is designed as a safe space for testing technologies. That's why all data about the company and product is confidential, and our experts sign non-disclosure agreements, ensuring that information doesn't enter the public domain. And last but not least, an important aspect of Sandbox operation is the opportunity for companies to interact and to communicate with other government agencies, because Sandbox participants will be able to receive feedback on their products from authorities as representatives of the relevant state authorities may be involved in product consultations. And this option allows startups to receive relevant suggestions for improving their product. And if a participating company has some questions for a particular government agency or some ministry or something like this, our Sandbox experts help to formulate such a request correctly and clearly, and to help establish communication with the regulator. And on the other hand, Sandbox is a win-win project for the state and the startup ecosystem, as the state can obtain new technological solutions to improve the activities of government agencies as well. Operation flow, so how it works. The application and selection process for participation companies consists of 2 main stages of verification. At the first stage, the company must submit basic information about itself, and our administrator reviews the application for correctness of information and check all the information about the applicant. And after this successful verification by the administrator, the company can submit the second part of the application, which directly concerns the high-tech product. In particular, it is necessary to specify the name of the product, the purpose of use, and users. It is better to indicate the stage of development and technologies used, to say something about expectations from participating in sandbox, and also technical documentation can be attached to the application. And at this stage, the administrator sends this part of application to experts who evaluate the information about this product. And if we see that the product meets the requirements, we usually conduct a small interview with our potential participant, during which our experts ask some additional questions, and company representatives can explain more about their products, about technology, about their expectations from participation in our sandbox. And once we have decided that the company can participate, I form a group of experts who will work specifically with this product, with this company, and we prepare a research plan. It is like a key individual operational document that regulates the interaction between experts on the one hand and the company on the other hand, and it contains objectives, methods, expected results, a list of specific measures and deadlines for researching this product. And when the company has approved and signed the research plan, the applicant acquires sandbox participant status, and the experts begin working with the product. Let's talk about our first results, success, I guess. Although the government resolution on sandbox was adopted on October 2024, we only launched our sandbox at the beginning of June this year. Hence, we had to build the technical shell, or the architecture of the project, and to onboard our experts. So since June, we have seen demand for sandbox. Right now we have received over 30 applications in total. Some of them do not meet the formal requirements, and we have to reject them. Part of the applicants are not companies in the legal sense, but teams operation as private entrepreneurs. That's why now we see the point in allowing such teams to join us as well. And as for now, 2 companies have already completed their participation in Sandbox, having received all their requested expert opinions. The first company is Artelens, you can see it on my presentation, which develops unique AI technologies for solving OSINT tasks based on the analysis of big data from open sources. And this company was our first participant and received expertise in several areas like general legal audit, compliance with the AI Act, and so on and so on. And the second company to complete its participation in Sandbox is KnowledgeGator. And it is a machine learning platform that provides solutions for extracting and structuring information. And the product offers effective, interpretable, and high-quality AI models that can be retrained with just a few examples to create production-ready solutions for classification, entity recognition, and data structuring tasks. And oh, by the way, it is important point that after receiving all recommendations from experts, each company prepares a self-assessment report providing feedbacks on sandbox organizational issues and on working with every expert. And it is also important to know which recommendations the company was able to implement quickly and which one require more time and which ones are less of a priority. And we can find out what was most useful and what is missing. And for instance, we recently added a cybersecurity expert to our team, as almost all companies want to receive at least one consultation from a specialist with this expertise. And most important in such feedback from teams on legal issues that they directly encounter and that prevent them from developing and scaling their products. And this is particularly valuable to us because based on this data, we can further shape our policy and discuss both changes to existing legislation and the creation of a new legal framework for the latest technologies. And we are currently working with 6 more companies. You can see as well it in my presentation. It is Wanted is an AI-based SaaS platform that analyzes viewers' emotions, helping content producers and marketers create more effective video content and gain deeper insights into their audience. The second one company is reBUIDL. It is a deep tech company that offers the marketing mechanism for the legal use of intellectual property for brands and AI. And one of the products that company is testing in our sandbox is on blockchain. It is about creating a registry of a cultural heritage on blockchain. And it is very important right now during the war. And the next one company is Block Control. It is sorry. It is a B2B SaaS platform that provides banks and fintech companies with the infrastructure to launch and manage stablecoins. And this platform offers ready-made APIs, smart contracts and modules for issuing, and controlling tokens with built-in compliance tools, role management, limits, and so on. Also, we have a very interesting project is Liquio. It is an open source low-code platform for quickly launching digital public services. And with this Liquio, government agencies and local authorities can quickly create, configure, and deploy web and mobile applications. And this project was developed by Kitsoft, a large Ukrainian company that often develops information systems, especially for government agencies. Also, our new participants, there are companies Chikai and SalesDep. Chikai is the first Ukrainian certified medical AI that can detect diseases even before symptoms appear through the vascular map of the eye. And SalesDep is an AI-based sales automation platform. Well, here is our website, governmental website on artificial intelligence in Ukraine. Here you can find all the information about not only about Sandbox and our experts and about our products, but also about national strategy, all which is closely connected with AI. And to see better QR code, please try to use. Maybe some words for the end. Our topic is rebuild Ukraine, so we are not waiting for peace to start rebuilding. We are building right now, ensuring that our future economy rests on security, ethics, and democratic values. So we promised simple, clear, and effective regulation, and through our projects like Sandbox, we are turning the promise into action. Thank you.
Well, that's a great presentation. And on this optimistic note, can I ask? So you said that the program lasts 2 years, right? And the first year is 2025. What are the plans for 2026?
First of all, we want to focus on the number of companies entering the sandbox. As I already said, our goal is to improve existing legislation and try to create an effective new legal framework based on work with high-tech products. And for this, we need a good sample. So if the next year we will have 20 or 30 new companies, it will be great. And the second block of our work is the active use of the Hudera methodology. I also mentioned this Hudera topic. It is one of the expertises in our sandbox in legal block. And this methodology, developed by Council of Europe, assesses how much a product can potentially affect fundamental human rights. I understand that this sounds a little bit abstract, but this year we started working with this methodology, and companies showed quite good results, good feedback, because it is a very high quality tool from the point of view of risk management. Therefore, we would like to actively promote this expertise for companies that create high-tech solutions.
That's amazing. And assuming everything goes great, right, and everything goes according to the plan, and we, well, after 2026, what are the following plans?
If we talk about plans after the experiment is completed, I believe that our sandbox has good potential to become a permanent ecosystem tool. Firstly, we can try to work on not only with the Ukrainian companies, but also with foreign companies. And secondly, our national legislation for AI and blockchain will also be gradually created. And in our sandbox, it will be possible to test the product for compliance with the national legal framework as well. And even if our legal framework will be created to this time, we can maybe even start talking about soft derogation when certain obligations under state supervision are optional, like in other sandboxes in EU. And also certain expertises, for example, Hudera can be tried to automatized. If we create a good AI system that would evaluate products automatically, for example, and experts would only verify these conclusions and maybe help to create a risk mitigation plan, this could be a good tool not only for Ukraine, but also for the EU or other countries as well.
Well, that's amazing. Definitely, collaboration between ecosystems. That's basically the how to say this, the idea of decentralization. I mean, one of the ideas. All right, Olga, thank you so much for insightful presentation. It's the results are impressive, and it is and the expectations are even more impressive. And yeah, it was. Thank you for joining us. And
thank you.
Yeah, we look forward to learning more about this, about more success stories.
Thank you very much. Bye bye.
Yeah, thank you. Bye bye. All right. So after this optimistic and very useful presentation of Olga, I would like to invite and introduce our next speaker, Kirilo Grochovsky from Kyivo-Mogilyanska Academia. Kirilo, the stage is yours. Please feel free to introduce yourself.
Hi, do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, and slides?
1 second, I will help you. Yeah, here we are.
Okay, thank you. So my talk dedicated to our program, Mastering Blockchain Technology. A little bit about me. I'm experienced CEO and CTO roles with over 20 years in IT industry in software development. I'm teaching blockchain software development in our university since 2017. And first 5 years it was bachelor courses, basics of blockchain technology and cryptonomics, mostly dedicated to use cases of crypto in economic-based projects. I'm a winner as team member in several challenges at blockchain UI hackathons. Challenges by Near protocol, by EOS, and some other blockchains. This year, I'm set up with my partner, Petro company, Barkas Labs, Barkas because it's not Galera. And we are boutique for Web3, AI, and cybersecurity projects. It's a product company. We won this year at ETH Kyiv Hackathon track by Yellow with GPU Flex project. And my students get several awards and mentions at Solana and Internet Computer Protocol hackathons. And my research interests are explainable AI, near-symbolic AI, edge computing, AI agents, and climate technologies, all this based on Web3 as trust layer. It's my research area. And I'm also engaged into quantum machine learning projects as a researcher and advocate for Ukrainian quantum community. So a little bit about Web3 projects we developed and developing already. GPU Flex is distributed AI infrastructure. It allows machine learning or data science engineer to rent idle GPUs available in the system, to rent a narrow model, and to buy or rent some datasets, and all this working in distributed ecosystem. And monetization via tokens compensate efforts of system participants. Idea Forge it's developed to help programmers to become IT entrepreneurs. It's a tool which I could say it's a combination of edutech and startup tech. So it accelerates startups and have crypto crowd investing model. Cybersecurity at the space, it's a reporting system for incidents based on Solana blockchain as Anchor. Proof of recycling. Okay, I wouldn't stop on all projects. It's seen on slides. Many of them appeared in our life as hackathon activities and then developed into products. Some sold as white label solutions, some we developing together with partners like Green Hydrogen NFT Marketplace, dedicated to European market of green hydrogen. Lemon Bridge is bridging assets between Ethereum and Cedra move-based blockchain. So about our program, It comprises of launched in 2023 because of partnership of Kyiv Mogila Academy and cryptocurrency exchange WhiteBit. Its mission to prepare NAUKMA master students for career in Web3, meaning that before I teach just course smart contract development or basics of blockchain, and with growing industry, we understood together with businesses in this industry that it's not enough for blockchain engineer or blockchain tech lead to know just development part. He needs knowledge of algorithms and economics of blockchain. That's why we designed course DeFi algorithms. This is selective disciplines for NAUKMA masters. Actually, not only NAUKMA masters, because we admit also external learners who just pay to NAUKMA for this participation and also could get a certificate. So we added two regular blockchain disciplines. We added cryptography in decentralized systems, and we added basics of blockchain analytics, forensics, and compliance. Each discipline costs 3 credits of ECTS, and those who participated in all and passed all 4 courses get a certificate for completion. So our faculty is well known in Ukraine for high quality of our students. Most of them starting at third or fourth year of bachelor as junior or intern developers in different companies. They grow fast to technical leaders because we teach them to do so. Kyiv Mogila Academy is not only about software engineering, but also about leadership. And we closely work with IT companies and offering students jointly developed certificate programs in machine learning, cybersecurity, EOS, data science, and blockchain. And our partner WhiteBit, who sponsored our university and this program, actually, it was their initiative to launch the first master in blockchain technology in Eastern Europe. Actually, it's almost the one program in whole Europe, because I know only for students of economy in ETH Zurich, they have a master in blockchain, but it's economically dedicated, not engineering. So we started with WhiteBit, and we have 3 lecturers. Me, who's Solidity, Rust, and Move developer and senior blockchain solution architect. Professor Bogdana Linik, Doctor of Physical and Mathematical Sciences, responsible for cryptography course, and Sviat Dubovsky, Vice President for Crystal Blockchain, or it seems to me a new name. Pardon. Yeah, I'm sorry. So let me a little bit disclose subject of our disciplines. Some courses contains of 8 lectures and 7 practices, and some are 9 lectures and 6 practices. So I would like to make acknowledgement that course DeFi algorithms based inspired me Professor Sergei Kozlov, who works for Distributed Lab with his course for DeFi online course made in 2023-2024. I take a lot of knowledge from his explanation of DeFi algorithms. This course also based on a book by CoinGecko, How to DeFi, and also based on lectures of Professor Dan Bonich from Stanford University from his CS 251 course, Blockchain Technologies. So this is mostly theoretical course to explain on cases each of products in Web3 space. Actually, except wallets, but I cover wallets in first lecture. Yeah. Past year, most focus was to real-world assets and in stable coins. It's in digital product passports. It's understandable. So at practice, we use to enter Solidity space. We use Crypto Zombies, which is online interactive self-paced course giving basics of Solidity. We also use Solidity by example, and we are using also Trust Food platform. It's a platform created by European Union to promote blockchain for food supply chain. We also put big attention to Solana, using Solana Professional Development Framework and Anchor. And we also program at Move language for blockchains which supporting Move. And Internet Computer Protocol actually this year, by end of year, left Ukraine space. So they not support anymore Internet Computer Protocol Hub Ukraine. But technology is still very interesting and promising. So I continue to promote it even as they don't support local developer ecosystem. So of course, smart contract development, smart contract development continues in Spring, and it covers design patterns for Ethereum smart contracts. So it's half Ethereum and then still some Solana, ACP, and Move. And this course, I couldn't say it's lectures. It's I would say it workshops. So we combine theoretical aspects and see immediate code implementation of these aspects, and then we have homework to implement something based on knowledge we get at workshops. And I welcome Web3 community, and many of community members and businesses used this opportunity to conduct guest lectures for my students, to conduct recruiting events, etc. So for cryptography, it's also a theoretical course with practical assignments, and we cover mostly both classical topics and topics related to crypto, as well as zero knowledge proofs. And mostly students glad to have such course at second year of master program. And that's the topics for practical assignments. And basics of blockchain analytics and compliance course by Svet Dubovsky from Crystal Intelligence. It's the most popular course in this master program, because we conduct forensics of cyber crimes. We visit dark net, dark markets. We have a workshop one day from life of compliance officer, and it's a good balance of technical and general information, how different offline systems like banking system and fin monitoring and police integrates into programming products. Yes, they have practical assignments which allow to develop services which need to provide compliance procedures in their business, like exchange, OTT desks, etc., OTC desks, etc. And we do also on-chain investigations using Crystal Intelligence. So after completion of the course, those who finished all 4 courses get an NFT certificate of course completion on white chain blockchain. It's EVM compatible chain supported by WhiteBit. And those who gain 100 points got a recommendation to Web3 companies, but WhiteBit, as our sponsor, has priority in selection. And this year actually, graduates from this program, it seems to me they hired 2 or 3 students to full-time job. And as I was told, they're happy with their performance. So WhiteBit also helped us develop special tasks to check knowledge of Ethereum blockchain and smart contracts. And you could see a screenshot from GitHub with 23 pull requests, and taking into account that this is not a mandatory task, but it's a task of choice. And I had 37 students in this course, and 23 of them voluntarily do this job. So I'm pretty happy too. So what we do, except just teaching, we conduct meetups and workshops for blockchain platforms, for blockchain protocols, for Web3 development companies, boutiques. In academy. Last year we had Solana sponsored Web3 Naokma community, and they submitted about, seems to me, 5 to 6 projects to Global Solana Hackathon. And some won university awards and other tracks. We participate in online and offline hackathons. And yeah, winning prizes during weekends. We conduct guest lectures. We could make a lecture not only for participants of this master program, but for wide Kyiv Mogila community. And we appreciate organizers for Web3 conferences for free or partly free attendance of our students to Web3 conferences. So I am ready to answer questions, if any. Or I could talk about challenges.
Yeah, please do.
Yeah, the mostly challenge I meet in this job is regular upgrades of blockchain platforms. So, for example, if I do course in September 2024, this means that all this code would not work at September 2025. So I need to check all if you work with some stack like Ethereum or Solana daily, and you're developing smart contracts, you're developing dApps. So you're in stream with all these upgrades. But some blockchain platforms change so radically the approaches that, for example, I excluded from my courses Polkadot because I could not rebuild everything. And that's another problem is lack of maintenance of officially supported SDKs or repositories. It's actually a Web3 problem because in other domains it's hard to meet such obstacles. That some repo could be not maintained for 2 years, and it's absolutely useless. Some challenges also with online self-paced courses, because many of them became outdated in a year or two. So it's a lot of hand job, I would say.
Yes, that's understandable, and yeah, the process of migration and how to say this, the industry lacks the standards, right? If there would be, let's say, one or few, standardized approaches, this migration would not be such a challenge, right?
Yeah, right. But we have migrations mechanism. It looks like you just need to implement it in your project, and that's all. For some reasons, they don't do so. So, yeah.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
I worked with. I'm how to say this. I'm a researcher, but I'm from industry, right? And there are like kinds of reasons when industry just doesn't follow the best practices for various reasons which projects are meeting internally. But that's actually a very interesting advice you gave to the community. I also wanted to ask, so there are a lot of initiatives which you highlighted, right? So what are and a lot of different target audiences. What are the best ways for them to participate, right, in these activities, and how should they do this? So should they contact you directly, or there are some other processes and procedures they should undergo?
For Web3 businesses who want to cooperate, just contact me directly. For learners, external learners who want to pass these courses, they could also contact me, and I'll make a follow-up with our decanate, who will issue invoice, and after payment of invoice, a learner could attend course and get certificate. Yeah, that's quite simple.
All right, that's understandable. Okay, I think there are no other questions for now. I most certainly, and we, on behalf of our organizing committee, we appreciate your participation, and thank you so much for this great presentation. And yeah, I'm sure we will be reaching out to you.
Thank you for inviting me, and good
Thank
luck.
you. Yeah, good luck. Likewise. All right. So currently we are waiting for our next speaker. His presentation should start in 10 minutes, and as soon as he enters, I will announce him and we will start. Let's do a short break. All right. Hello, everyone. So we're back. And I'm adding our next speaker, Lasha Antadze, a founder of Rari Labs. Lasha, can you hear us? Lasha?
Can you hear me now? I had to switch my mic.
Yeah, now we can hear you.
Hello.
Yes, hello. Hello, Lasha.
Yeah, I'm trying to share a presentation, but
So so you have a sign of a microphone, then you have a sign of a camera, and then you have a sign of a screen. So you press on the screen, and you then go to slides and PDFs, and then you can upload the presentation from your computer.
I'm uploading it now, so it's a bit.
No worries.
Processing.
All right.
But so I still got 2 minutes, right? 6.
Say it again.
I still have 2 minutes, right? Because
you have as much time as you need. You know, your after your presentation there is a break, so.
Okay.
You know, yeah, you
okay,
have
I've uploaded. How does that now work?
All right, so presentation is here. I'm adding it to the stage. And yeah, so everyone, Lasha Antadze, founder of Rari Labs. Lasha, the stage is yours.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Okay, let me just make sure that I can change the slides. Okay, perfect. Now it works. Hello, everyone, first of all, and let me start. Yeah, so when I was invited, and especially like always happy to talk to Ukrainian audience, so Slava Ukraine. Regarding my topic, so I've been working currently into a blockchain space for like 10 years, but the theme about the rebuild and the Ukraine and the future of governance that I'm going to talk about, it's very kind of natural of my previous years. And basically what I've been doing the last 10 years, it's somehow connected with the civil tech and this very complex but magical world of cryptography that exists in the blockchains. So a bit of a recap, 10 years ago, I was lucky enough to actually work in Ukraine for the reforms. And that was in 2015, 2017 era, post-revolutionary Ukraine, where I was youngest guy, like thinking about like the positive changes that could be done. And I was lucky enough to work with some of the reformers back then. And one of the things that I worked was this public service hall Gotovo that still stands in near like Seveka building in Kiev. And I was during the same period of time lucky and quite naive to build one of the blockchain related government projects. It was called Auction 3.0, which was launched as a trial, and we were helping back then Ukrainian government to conduct this kind of transparent privatization of the state assets. And it was one of the first things, you know, from a technical perspective, from like collaboration perspective. And that's how these two worlds of my civil engagement and the blockchain started. What came out of it, I don't know, but what I'll be always proud of is that like one thing that 100% works in Gotova is the marriage center. So a lot of my friends and everyone I know from Kiev got married there. And that kind of like shows, right? So when you take the bureaucracy or like something that is like paper heavy, but transform it into something beautiful and human, then it works for all these years. So in a way, that's my previous life and how I got here and to this point. But over this experience that I had working on government and especially Ukrainian bureaucracy early on, and I went through a lot of like joy, a lot of disappointment, a lot of resistance. But overall, what I learned, especially when you're trying to change something like fundamentally, whether it's like growth, rebuild, or something, change is possible. It's always is some kind of driver or a momentum within society. But what is fragile over time is the ability to sustain this change. And that's actually what I'm going to address in terms of the today's scene. I'm going to talk about a hidden issue that nobody talks about during the rebuild, reform, or growth within the country. And this hidden plague, I would say, is that whenever you're having a new time when very bold decisions need to be made and to accelerate a certain growth or verticals and priorities within the state, often what happens is this kind of disconnect between the government and the citizens. So you always have this kind of leading institutional changes or like the leadership that runs up front, but you have the kind of gap growing within the citizens because most of the time they're not able to internalize those changes within the social fabric of everyday living. And I think that's a huge problem. And there's like tons of like real world experiences. If you take, for example, like Georgia or any post-Soviet country, wherever there was this successful reform of a certain vertical, not many of them proved to be sustainable, and the leaders and the people driving this change have always been kind of alienated after a certain point. I always consider this process to be something similar to a startup building, because when you're working on a startup and these ideas and priorities change and you're trying to pivot fast, right? If the communication is not coherent, the process breaks down. So community does not understand you, your team members, you start to lose the interest. And those transitions are super important. And for those transitions to happen successfully, I think the very important layer is in terms of how do we design this trust between the change and between the stakeholders and civilians of the society. So in a way, in a Ukrainian scene, a rebuild does not mean a rebuild of an infrastructure, but it means as well primary a rebuild of a relationship between the change drivers and the participants in the form of society. And when we talk about the trust, which is an important aspect, right? Without the trust in tools and format of this relationship between these two sides, nothing's going to work. So in terms of trust, the neutrality of a systems is very important. So it only works when no one is controlled and no one is able to manipulate it. The open source movements that are blockchain based, right? Or this kind of distributed ledgers that are audited by everyone? Was this kind of reshapement of a distributed network systems that can give birth to trust that is shared by all the stakeholders at the same time, and it's not questioned. So in a way, I believe a rebuild of the relationship should be built on these kind of neutral systems and shared infrastructures that are maintained by all sides. And I think this aspect especially matters when we talk about this kind of current world, right? And especially in a digital world. What it really showed us that trust or like reality is not the same thing at the same time. So whenever you have a division within the society or disagreement, what actually happens that discussion about what we trust, what unites us, what are the principles that we agree on, they completely vanish, and we're left in this kind of algorithmic echo chambers that bring more discourse and widening of these different gaps over time. And in a way, thinking how can we resolve this division, right? So division often is not resolved by opinions, but unfortunately it's resolved by the control mechanism, who controls the narrative, whose narrative is louder, and it never really gives us the ability to arrive to something meaningful and workable. So when I'm asked like how can we build trust and what are the instruments of building this relationship, I always refer to the mass. And in a way, I believe that mass and participation and the common rules are the most important aspects within the society. So after blockchains, if you ask me, what are the next frontier that we can unlock within the society, I always say that it's about the participation and these new governance systems that should accompany any type of change within the society to make the process sustainable. So when I talk about this participation, I mean the systems that civilians can use to participate into a decision making, right? And there's one distinction. I know, like, how can citizens participate? And we've seen like these different use cases, right? So I don't know, like petitions or like the protests or like the signatures and stuff. But there's a clear distinction in the systems that I vouch for with the previous use cases, because previously, if you had this kind of a petition system, nothing in this participation was self-enforceable, right? So it never had an enforceable outlook. So you could gather all the signatures of the civilians, or you could like gather all these kind of campaigns around it, but default it never meant that something would happen, and that's the missing point of the previous engagement versus the engagement that I'm gonna talk about. So I believe that if we're gonna involve more citizens into a decision making, it would always need to lead to a kind of default enforceable outcome. So the use cases could be like the people writing petition with enforceable outcomes, such as like causing the digital vetoes of a certain incentives, or like pauses for a particular incentives, or more importantly, on a local level or a national level, it's about the kind of priority measurement. So being able to ask the civilians of a certain group or the stakeholders of a certain project to understand what these priorities are, and most importantly, like engage them not only from like the measuring sentiment, but in terms of like enforcing once again, right? So they should have a right to recall the certain incentives, or like put like a red button in terms of like stopping a certain reform or an incentive that does not look nice, or like there's a kind of information gap around that. So I'm talking about this text that is less of an utopia or like this kind of recommendation to something that is enforceable and can provide this kind of digital checks and balances in a modern society, right? So why not give civilians a threshold, like this kind of constitutional majority that can recall certain people, right? And the ones that were elected in a certain office, and not wait these kind of huge cycles and polarization to happen early on, right? And when I talk about this kind of engagement of civilians into this process, I don't mean it as a kind of anti-government mechanism or this something that works outside of the constitution, right? Modern, sorry, participate.
Lasha, we cannot hear you. Lasha?
Am I back? I should be back now.
Yeah, now we hear you. Yes.
Yeah, sorry. I always have this problem with my mic. But yeah, I guess like I was talking about using this instrument not as an anti-government measure, but more like this kind of early signal detection and the part of the checks and balances of the modern democracies can have. And actually, the cool part, like why these participatory things were not possible before, is that until blockchain, we actually never had the capability to build these kind of credibly neutral infrastructures. So in a way, you can consider the moment we live in and the maturity of this technology kind of well aligned to express and like implement these new toolings within this society. And we have at least like 15 years old experience how blockchains redefine this trust and participation within this finance, right? Where we disintermediated the market and created this shared common ground of value exchange. And I do believe that now the ones that are bold and next experiments taking on with this technology is applying it exactly to these civilians and who we are as a part of this community, and implement it into a larger governance, everyday governance of the systems. I'm going to switch like, what do we need for that? More like on the technical side and what we already have. So for such systems to work with a push of a button from a mobile phone, you actually need like two ingredients, which is the kind of digital identity and the ability to allow citizens to conduct this participation in a completely private, preserving way without any coercion from any part of the world. And on the other hand, this kind of blockchain ledgers and infrastructures where we share these opinions and mix it up, and everyone is able to audit and see what the results are. So it's a kind of a common truth detection mechanism that is not run by government, but that it runs in parallel by this kind of civil society, as you can imagine. And the cool part about the Ukraine is that Ukraine, especially in the last years, it has excelled tremendously into digitalizing all the services. And we all have the DIA app and the ability, like one of the first versions of digital identities. They are distributed at a scale that no other country has done so far. But once again, I do know that you can like vote for like a song or something today, but for a larger participation, I don't think that this functionality should be built within this kind of state format, but we should anchor all this identity infrastructure to a kind of neutral infrastructures, such as blockchains can provide. And in recent years, our team has been experimenting in that direction. So we launched a pretty neutral, it's a kind of public good open source project called freedom2.org that provides this tooling that I was talking about, how any citizen holding a passport or national ID can just take a phone, tap it on, provide this privacy by processing all the information on a mobile phone without sharing any data, and then using this beauty of cryptography, being able to participate in governance, voting, polling, digital protests in different formats, right? But guaranteeing the validity of a full interaction. So we ran an early pilots into more like the kind of digital activism, where civilians of a certain nation, they would take a passport, they would tap it on, they would prove that they're over 18 and the citizens of a certain country, and then by scanning a QR code somewhere on YouTube or anywhere they got it, they would show their consent, so that they were able to leave their mark and voice in a pretty open system. We had like 3 trials run in Russia with oppositioners, Georgia as well with opposition groups, and some Iranian activists as well. So these were like these kind of early digital versions of finding these alternative parallel systems where participations from civilians that don't trust or they don't like certain things within the government can be expressed freely and without the fear of prosecution or dependency on a state infrastructure. And that's why I always talk about this kind of neutrality of such instruments, because it could be used by both sides, the ones that are in power and ones that are not in power. So it's a kind of a neutral field where 2 sides can meet. And why it matters on both sides is that I believe that like early participation and early signaling, whether it's like reform, prioritization of where the money should be spent, or me disliking a certain person that lied to us during the election campaigns, and having this enforceable tooling will actually decrease polarization on both sides. Because if you have an early signals, and if you're like wise enough, both on the state or the civilian movement time, you always have this kind of field of resolution. And that's what matters, right? Especially in today's world. So in a way, this kind of shared consensus mechanisms that run in parallel for civilian societies through total transparency and auditability is this, I think, this a missing piece within the modern democracies. And I believe that like this is the kind of step we everyone should take going forward, especially when we're dealing with swings from the reform perspective. And most importantly, those systems, once again, I'll say, should be credibly neutral, like blockchains, because participation without the fear of surveillance or coercion is what builds the trust in such systems. So I don't believe in governments or like even the third organizations and agencies running those systems. So it should be like supported by state. It should be guaranteed by constitution in the ideal scenario from an outcome perspective, but they should remain credibly neutral. And in a way, I might be like high hoping as usual because of my kind of optimism in the stuff, but I believe that, like, especially in this polarized world and these digital echo chambers that I mentioned in terms of the social media and stuff, like turning friction into a constructive and enforceable instruments is super important, not only for reforms, but once again, it's about like driving change that could be sustainable or early on kind of reversible, certain things that does not really work or align with the society needs, right? So I believe that next frontier is this governance upgrade, and it can become a fundamental part of the democracies as we know from a checks and balances perspective, you know? And in a way, Ukraine has always been positioned into this kind of a front runner, you know? There's always a challenge within the Ukraine of, like, I don't know, the different things, especially now war. But when the time comes, I believe that this country and the people there are like have more than enough skills and kind of willpower to jump ahead of everything. And I hope that, like, the moves for the rebuild, they're gonna be bold, but bold in terms of like including everyone and working towards and like course correcting the certain things together. And that's where these neutral infrastructures and blockchains can truly work. So that's it. Do we have like a QA or how that works?
Yeah, Lasha, thank you for the great presentation. Yeah, when the questions are asked, I put them on the screen and read, but for now there are no questions. But let's wait. You know, we have like 40 people watching us. Maybe there will be questions. And I would like to ask, you know, it is a very noble initiative, especially right now in the given world environment where we can see, like, you know, there is a clash of freedom and, you know, and the oppressors of freedom in different parts of the globe. What are the best ways for people to participate in the project you presented and maybe get in touch with you, or how to get engaged?
I mean, they can get in touch with us or go to freedomtool.org. Everything we've built in terms of the tooling, it's open source. So different parties, different stakeholders of different political views are using it for their own purposes, but the principle there is always same. So even them, they can't design the system to harm. It's always kind of open participation, like this kind of permissionless governance mechanism that any holder of a passport or any person can use and participate. So
okay, understood. Well, I don't see any other questions being asked, but there could be other, you know, people can maybe reach out to you, and then, yeah, then probably they will follow up with this. That's how should such projects receive their funding?
It's an interesting question, right? So what is there to fund? So there's like two aspects. One is using funds for pooling the infrastructure, right? So fortunately, blockchains as a decentralized network infrastructure with the smart contracts where all this logic of authentication, registering voters, civilians, running the logic, it already exists. So there's no like burden in terms of like running this server or something. You can deploy a smart contract that is open source and off it goes, right? So it's about the kind of technical skills. And on top of it, I was actually benchmarking, like how much does a single vote costs for an initiator? And on I don't know, pretty standard, well-known layer one blockchains, the cost of single vote is 0.003 cents. If you benchmark that to running any poll or I don't know, I'm not even talking about elections. The average cost, because of this kind of physical preparatory and all stuff, varies around $9 to $10, at least in US. So this infrastructure and these credibly neutral blockchains are not only giving this trust anchors, but they actually are diminishing a lot of costs and distribution headaches with such systems. So I believe that these projects are not that hard to fund, and because it does not really require that much. What it requires is this kind of bold moves, understanding, and inclusion into the fabrics of democracy, which is a much bigger friction than sustaining such kind of infrastructure to this day.
All right, understood. Thank you for answer. So it seems we are out of the questions. So Lasha, thank you for the great presentation. I'm sure there will be a lot of the cases for, I mean, there is already a lot of the cases for this, and I'm sure there will be a lot of the cases for this in the future of Ukraine and reconstruction of Ukraine in particular. Yeah, thank you for joining us and sharing your experience.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye.
Yeah, have a great day. All right, so now we are basically first half of the event is over. If everything goes according to the plan and everything is all right, you will not see me on the already anymore on this forum. And if you don't see me, that means that everything is good. So also, before I'm leaving, I would like to let you know that our second host, Max Siminchuk, whom I'm putting on the screen right now, he has a birthday today. And instead of celebrating his birthday, he actually is with us helping to organize this forum. So happy birthday, Max. And yeah, I'm leaving this stage too. And yeah, wishing everyone to have a great rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, so we'll have a break now and see you everybody in half an hour. We will continue with Dmitro Budorin from Hacking, Daniela Barbosa from Linux Foundation, Vahtan Chehladze from Kyiv Polytechnic Institute, and Dmitro Maslov from the National Academy of Science of Ukraine. So stay in the loop. Last presentations are really interesting, and yeah, have a break, have a coffee or something. Okay, and we need to continue the second part of our last day of the conference. So I'm really very happy to welcome Dima Budorin. He's the CEO of High Group, co-founder and chairman Hacking. Welcome to the stage, and would you like to share your presentation?
First of all, let me congratulate you with happy birthday. Of course.
Thank you.
Yep. Just can you give me 1 second? I didn't expect. Just 1 minute, okay?
Oh, sure.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna continue in a few minutes. Just stay with us while we setting up some final things. Thanks. Okay, you ready?
Yes, I'm ready. When it was hard for me to link the presentation for the for rebuild Ukraine topic, to be honest. But I'm very thankful for the invitation. So if you don't mind, I will present the topic where I'm good at, and it's kind of connected with, not really connected, but somehow connected with all the recent things that are happening in Ukraine these days. Because when we try to think that we are facing, this injustice and corruption in Ukraine, I just want to highlight that in the world there are a lot of other even worse things happening. It doesn't mean that we don't need to highlight it, and I'm super happy that in Ukraine we have such amazing journalists and media who is able to uncover all the bad things, and I'm pretty sure that this recent episode, and hopefully the consequent changes that will happen in our country, in the long run it will play for good. But yeah, today I would like to tell you about all the dirt that is happening with the centralized exchanges, and all the bad things that they do with our money and with the crypto industry as a whole. So let me share my screen. So I call it this presentation a dream of transparent and secure text. It's sounds like a dream of transparent Ukraine, but it's let it be about sex. So shortly about me, we have moved the company Hacken 10 days before the war, and we met it in Lisbon. From first days, we were quite actively involved in the cyber war, in both offensive and defensive aspects, as well as we had we were first to launch the tools that were DDoSing Russian propaganda websites, not only propaganda websites, and hundreds of thousands of people were using our tools, and that was kind of a relief to a lot of people, where they were finding this tool as their weapon to fight back. But from more than 1.5 years ago, I live in Abu Dhabi. I live here because legislation and regulator here is one of the most advanced, and we built. First, we came here to consult with regulation. Unfortunately, Ukraine doesn't want us to consult with regulation. We made a lot of attempts 5 and more years ago, but here Abu Dhabi guys, they are listening to us, so we became not only consultant but also due diligence partner for a regulator, and we help them to identify bad actors and filter them from getting the license, and we also build for them regulatory dashboards that they are actively using. Actually, for DLT Foundation regulator is our main product that brought us here. I'm also co-author of a book. I'm board of director in INATBA. It's a European Commission founded government agency. Also was co-chair at Ethereum Enterprise Alliance, and my background is 8 years at Deloitte. Hacking, basically, it was founded in 2017, 150 people. We have internship program. We managed to hire some amazing talents, and to be honest, the best talents in hacking are the guys who started from zero, from scratch. Yeah, some of them are CTOs, some of them superstars, blockchain researchers, And if you would like to join hacking, please browse our website to see some positions. This is exactly for the internship program. Please have a look at it. So I would like to start with the current state of the centralized exchanges. They are still the most powerful players, yet they are acting as a gateway to most of the new people in crypto space. However, we see that the traditional finance see a lot of potential in crypto, and sooner or later they will make a proper regulatory push so that exchange will have lots of difficulties to properly to act in the biggest jurisdictions legally. And we of course know that security breaches, sometimes attempts to hide fraud. In most of the cases, they are not properly investigated. And of course, in general, there were some attempts to make proper rules for centralized exchanges, as in 2018 when it was just complete Wild West with the wash trading, when CoinMarketCap introduced Data Accountability Transparency Alliance. We were founding member of that, and there was introduction of the order book and adjusting trading volume. Then some lame attempts for post FTX to push the narrative that all the exchanges have to pass the proof of reserve, but in fact, not a lot of things changed after the FTX. And trust me, there are a lot of other FTXs that have solvency problems. We just don't know it. Unfortunately, centralized exchanges liquidity is still way bigger than decentralized. It's like, if you take some basic numbers, it's like 180 billion towards 10 billion, and it's not really changing even with the introduction of hyperliquid. However, the trend is positive. And once again, the TradFi push towards regulated crypto means stable coins is a very hot topic right now. Basically, stable coin is a digital bank. It serves the same functions, so it gets people deposits, pays some yield, and also earns some money from having these funds. And at the same time, it gives immediately the assets to a person, so people don't need to lock their funds. They can still use their funds, even though they have, and on top of that, they have yield. Global CBDC interest is more like prevention from a threat. I can share with you an interesting story that happened with a small African country. It was quite a big experiment in Mauritania. It's a country in the South Sahara, 2 million people, 2.5, I think. So they made an experiment, and they massively adopted the USDT there with the coverage of more than 50% of the population were using USDT with the mobile wallet that you can send USDT via SMS. It was like semi-custodial, non-custodial wallet, and the population get used to using USDT so well that they completely stopped using the banking applications and deposit money there. And 1.5 years ago, all the big international banks left this country, and that's created a really clear if they can't fight the stable coins properly, they have to own them. Yeah, and this is the trend where we see very big players starting their stablecoins programs, and soon we're gonna see a lot of them, of course. So at the moment, we see that in the stablecoin volume, it's absolutely dominant. Like, people like to trade only to stablecoins, and it doesn't look like something gonna change here. Yeah, we all remember the old 1718 when most of the crypto was traded to Ethereum or to Bitcoin. Right now, most of such pairs were delisted. So, but yeah, generally, my opinion, I think that we're going to see absolutely different landscape in 5 years. I believe we're going to see a crash of big centralized exchanges, and that's for like big reasons. Yeah, like big picture reasons. Yeah, they fail the self-regulation. Obviously, they are absolutely untransparent, and I will explain you in which aspects. There is no global regulator, and it doesn't look like it's gonna happen anytime soon. Yeah, it's, you know, like, when you think about it in this way, so all the regulators are also people, yeah, and they also countries that don't want to let other ones to play the major role, and it multiplies by the fact that regulators all over the globe are still very far away from understanding crypto and understanding all the risks. This I'm telling you as a professional in this industry. They also don't have tools. So those things that they understand, like KYC, KYT, this kind of works pretty okay. However, we still have a lot of problems with people laundering money through the exchanges, and no one can do anything about it. But in general, I still believe that if exchanges will not transform, they're gonna be obsolete sooner or later. So in this presentation, I will give 10 essential steps, what they have to do, what are the problems, how they fool us, how they manipulate, and how they make money on us, and what shall self-regulation look like, and what they have to disclose in order to change the situation. And it also can be a practical guide for exchanges to be transparent and to win the next transparency race if they want to be successful. So it's 10 points. It's financial accountability, broker and exchange differentiation, on-chain verification and monitoring, investors disclosure, financial data and annual reports, holders and traders metric, we completely don't know that, operational security, blockchain security, IT and general controls, and real-time hack bullets blacklist. So financial accountability. So right now, not all exchanges are even close to do the proof of reserves. Yeah, maybe it's around 20 to 25 exchanges that does it. But for your understanding, like, what is proof of reserve is like the good looking proof of reserve right now in our industry is when the exchange is given is building the public verifier of a spreadsheet where you can you see only the total amount of basically liabilities of exchange towards users, and you can put your user ID, and you will receive an information from this public verifier that your balance was included in this liability spreadsheet. And then the auditors, they are checking that without knowing the user account, username, and their balance, they check through the case snarks that the total amount is correct. So by doing this exercise, we can say that we publicly know what is the liability total amount of the exchange, and then this liability total amount is compared to the assets that exchange can verify by doing a Satoshi test or signing some transactions that they can have control over it. But of course, this is good. But first of all, usually exchanges are doing it for not for all tokens, just for the major one. Second, in many cases, and there are like a big exchanges that, for example, are our clients, I know and we know, but because it's confidential, we don't disclose it, that's significant percentage of those assets are covered by their native token. And the third thing is that we completely don't know, and we're completely blind whether there are other than user deposits liabilities of exchange. So it means that even though the exchange can pass the proof of reserve, they still can be insolvency problems. So the correct approach is that every exchange should follow full scope financial audit from reputable firm, or at least firm who is not afraid to put their reputation and make all this assessment, because full scope financial audit is a complicated thing. And in this case, and this of course has to be done on the global platform level, not for some standalone Ukrainian entity or France entity or whatever UAE entity. It has to be done on the global consolidated platform. So this is missing part. No one is doing it, and we're quite far away from seeing those audited financial statements for the global platforms. For example, in betting and forex industries, this is a must thing, and most of the platforms are doing that. Then another one is differentiation between centralized exchange and broker. So my approximation, and a lot of industry players agree with that in our industry we have only about 20-25 real centralized exchanges. All of the rest, all of other thousands of exchanges that you see on the CoinGecko list or CoinMarketCap list, they are not exchanges, they're brokers. So they don't have enough liquidity to provide such in-depth order books. So what they do with your tokens, with your deposits, they just transfer it to other exchanges with deeper liquidity without your confirmation, without even noticing you. And that's another reason why they can't do proof of reserve. But generally, it's okay. It's totally fine. But you have to have this practice. For example, there is Bitpanda, very well known token wallets and crypto wallets that have exchange function, and they have a pretty decent volume on their in-app trading application. But they specifically say that we are not a custodial wallet, we are not an exchange. We are just a broker. We take your tokens and we send it to other exchange. So all the other ones, yeah, should also be transparent with their customers, and they should say that they're brokers. And you can easily check it, like especially on the small cap tokens. If you have, like, for example, Gate, MXCs, and KuCoin exchange that are where your favorite token is trading, you can track the cold wallets, and at some point you will understand that one of the three have zero tokens at their cold storage. Why? Because they already transferred to another exchange who has deeper liquidity. So yeah. The next one is digital asset on-chain verification monitoring. So if you know the process of how CoinMarketCap and CoinGecko is calculating the circulation supply and then like getting the market cap value of a token project, you will be surprised, because in fact they are not rechecking the numbers that project team members are giving to them. So such an important information as the circulation supply and what are the wallets of the unlocked, what wallets are unlocked, what are locked, and basically another thing is that in many cases the supply is inflated by the bridges. No one is actually checking it. Yeah, and you can, just a simple example, go and check what is the circulation supply by CoinMarketCap for Cosmos, one of the top projects, and you will see that it's absolutely different from the CoinGecko. And of course, centralized exchanges have to provide this information to the users, and they have to recheck it. And this is as simple as with the proper regulated stock exchange. Yeah, of course they know exactly who owns and where are the shares, because they all publicly registered, and it's not possible to inflate or to manipulate the supply number. So this is something that is missing from the data of exchange. Another one is investor disclosure. Yeah. What I believe the right thing to do is, when exchange is making the listing, they have to make a proper due diligence on who are the investors, what are the real, what are their entry points, entry prices, what are their vestings. And all this data has to be available for community, for those who want to trade it. It's extremely important, as well as the wallet tracking and balanced wallet tracking. I mean that the exchange should show, like when you're selecting a token to trade at the exchange, it should show like the significant movements and alerts if they are moving, and this wallet tracking are and these wallets move outside the PDF white paper that you all invested in. And of course, the exchange should publicly disclose all the tokens that they have on their cold or hot wallet storages. Yeah, and those, like, you cannot even imagine the stock market world without proper information on the entry prices of the big funds and especially initial investors. This is just not possible, and because we don't have it, exchanges are taking advantage out of it. Yeah, we all know that the bribe for Binance listing is it varies from 5 to 10% of supply. And I'm not afraid to say this word bribe, because this is exactly what is happening. And of course, they are everywhere saying we are not charging projects for listing, which is absolutely not true. And then all these tokens, like 10% of supply, imagine they are all dumped on the exit liquidity, on people who are trying to believe in new alpha and basically fail. Okay, verified user metrics. This is one of my favorite one, because we absolutely don't know anything about people who trade the tokens at exchange. Yeah, we don't know the number of holders of the token in at exchange. We don't know what is the average holding time, who are the traders, who are holders, average token longevity, and this is something that when I was because I was involved with token projects, Hive has a token. When I was asking exchange, because this is a valid information to ask, give me this information, they just not giving to you. But I know few examples when exchanges know very well what are the percentage of the tokens from the total people who bought it at their exchange that will never sell it, and if the price will go down, they will just okay, whatever, they will not even open this account again, so not to be upset. And that's why especially very big exchanges, that in many cases people will never withdraw tokens from exchange. Exchange for tokens is usually, it's a grave. Yeah, only when they are delisting it, people, even though when they delisted it, in many cases they don't send the tokens to people, even if they lost all the value. So from my information, I cannot prove it, but from the founders who were involved in this scheme, exchanges, in many cases, they sell unexistent tokens. And that's the main reason why they don't disclose this metric. So you understand, yeah, you think you bought the token, but in fact, you bought just a number in your accounts, and you just spent your USDT or Bitcoin, whatever, what did you pay for this token? All right, security framework has one website. Yeah, this is something that we are working a lot on. Maybe useful information. CoinGecko has a trust score of exchanges, and 20% of that data is cybersecurity data. And we are providing this data. We are providing the in-depth analysis of all the exchanges and brokers at CoinGecko. And we push the boundaries, and we all the time make this rating a little bit more complicated. And that works in a sense. So a lot of exchanges started to do the certain certification that prove the quality of their operational security. Of course, there are still a lot of problems with blockchain security, with nodes. They still got hacked. They don't upgrade nodes for different blockchains, and then people are exploiting that. This is happening all the time. The amounts are not that big, so they are you don't hear a lot of scandals, but this is because they are this is because we still, the market doesn't even understand that this problem exists. Bug bounty, oh my god, we have a bug bounty platform, Hacking Proof, with 45,000 hackers working there, and there are exchanges that at some point, I remember one very big exchange had the bug bounty of $1 million, and like they thought it will be just for good marketing, but one hacker took it seriously, and he had taken over more than 50% of the servers of this exchange, and the exchange didn't want to pay this $1 million. They have to settle with a couple of hundred of thousands, but again, it's just another proof that how bad are these actors, that they don't. This is already, this is already the typical behavior of centralized exchanges, because they're unaccountable at all. They just lie all the time. Supply chain security, a good example of the Bybit hack. And Bybit hack is combination of supply chain security and operational security. So yeah, penetration tests alone is insufficient, and there should be way more push from, I don't know, not regulators, but community to ask exchange continuously to report what are their what work do they do, except of the loud statements that we are the most secure cryptocurrency exchange. We take it seriously. You need to demand facts. IT control audits. This is again, this is coming back to what exchange can do inside their platform, how they can block users, how they can sell unexisting tokens, what are their super admin rights. And the best example, and of course, manipulating of the futures trading. This is, here I have the Quadriga CX example, when the guy was just selling unexisting BTC, and people thought that he is dead and the exchange lost the private keys, but in reality it's not. But the best example here is the big crash in October when $20 billion were liquidated. So a lot of people lost trust to exchange, and some exchanges were like, oh no, it's not our fault, blah, 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 blah. But in reality, it's like this thing can be fixed very easily to recover the trust from that, for example, at BitGet. Most of the token prices went to zero, and all the people who had at least a small margin trade, all of them, they lost money completely. So what exchange could do? They could involve professional IT control audit team, forensic team, give them all the access to their data, and let them write the report with single question. Did exchange benefit from the October crash? Did they make money on it or lost money? Because this either one of the two. Yeah, it cannot be. It's like it was completely zero-sum game. No. So, and no one did it. No one did it. And that's all about IT controls audits, and that's, well, again, like what any other stock exchange, of even Forex exchange, even though that everybody knows that Forex exchange is a boiler room, the Forex exchange rate at a particular platform can vary from real Forex exchange rate, the common, and because people at Forex, they trade with 100x margin, you cannot see it, but the reality is that the platform always trades against you. But in any case, you cannot see those crashes as we saw in October, and exchanges have to be accountable for that. And live monitoring.
Timo, I'm really sorry.
Yes.
May I ask you to wrap up a bit? Like you have like maybe 1 or 2 minutes, if you don't mind.
Yeah,
So,
2 more slides. So Another thing is that we still don't have a proper live monitoring of the stolen crypto. And to be honest, exchanges, they don't, in many cases, they are not even responding to victims. And of course, they're not blocking amounts. And when the victim got the court decision, they just reply, "Oh, sorry, the funds were left the exchange already," and in like 99.9% crypto is not recovered. That's a huge problem. And the real-time blacklisting is something that not only exchanges but the whole industry have to work on. Yeah, so last slide. Yeah, I believe we will see absolutely different landscape of centralized exchanges. I really recommend you not to keep the funds there. I really recommend to use decentralized exchanges to learn how to do it, and not your keys, not your crypto. And but if to go and talk about Ukraine, yeah. So I hope now you have a better understanding that this problem is not just like the corruption, manipulation is not only with us. In crypto, the things are way more worse. And once again, I'm very upset to hear the latest news about all this Gate, but at the same time, I'm very proud to have such strong and independent anti-corruption teams and medias that brought this all public. So thank you so much for attention.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dima. And I believe the secure and transparent exchanges are also contributing to the wealth of Ukrainians who use them. So thank you for pushing the standards and for this presentation.
Thank you. Ciao.
And ready to introduce our next guest to the stage. Hi, Daniela.
Hello. Hi, Max. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you
Great.
fine.
Great.
So Daniela is a general manager of Decentralized Technologies at the Linux Foundation and executive director at Linux Foundation Decentralized Trust. So I'll start your presentation here on the stage, and yeah, you can start.
Great. Well, thank you, Max, for having us, and it's a real honor to be here. I'm actually zooming in from Singapore, where it's close to midnight, but it is really special to be invited to come and speak. And today I'd like to spend some time talking primarily about open source and the projects within the Linux Foundation Decentralized Trust that are focused on blockchain and other decentralized technologies, but really how open source is a way for innovation to shape the foundations for resilient economies. And I look forward to your feedback and your participation afterwards as well. Just very quickly about myself, I'm Daniela Barbosa. I'm the executive director here at Linux Foundation Decentralized Trust. I'm also the general manager across decentralized technologies at the Linux Foundation. I'll explain what that means in a bit. I've been in the industry for in the blockchain industry since early 2016, but you know, in the blockchain industry, not for work for a much longer time as well. So really honored to be leading the foundation here at the Linux Foundation that over the last 10 years has been focused on building blockchain and decentralized identity projects. For those of you who do not know, LF Decentralized Trust, it stands for Linux Foundation's Decentralized Trust. It's an expanded foundation. Last year, we expanded our mission and charter to include all the Hyperledger blockchain projects and new projects that came in. And now we are a global foundation focused on blockchain, decentralized identity, cryptography, interoperability, and other decentralized technologies that I'll cover as well. We are a part of the Linux Foundation. That's really important to understand, because the Linux Foundation for the last 25 plus years has been the home for some of the world's most important, I would say, open source projects, obviously the Linux kernel being one of them. But there are many projects across the Linux Foundation that many of you have access to or probably already using across different vertical industries, in networking, in the telecommunications industry, in the film industry, even with the Academy Software Foundation, where the film industry has come together to openly collaborate on open source programs that make movies better for all us to see. But across, obviously, cloud computing with Project Kubernetes, in Edge and IT with LF Edge. Across all the industries that you see here, we have some of the most important open source projects, and certainly in digital trust around our blockchain and decentralized identity projects as well. Excuse me. We are a global organization, and we're really focused, obviously, on the free exchange of data, code, and innovation, which is, I think, critical to the rebuild concept of not just Ukraine, but around the world as well. In the foundation itself, we have thousands of universities, nonprofits, from around the world. Obviously, 100% of the Fortune 100 telecommunications and telecom and technology companies are members of the foundation. We have millions of developers contributing to the code projects that we host, and really creating a lot of shared value in the industry and in the market, for everyone to reuse as well. So across all the foundations that we have, and we have thousands of open source projects within our umbrellas, as you can see here, the numbers really start adding on in regards to how many activities we have across these Linux Foundation projects. And in order to support these kind of activities, these diverse ecosystems of developers across the world, whether they're working on blockchain or in cloud computing, on data and AI projects, it really is an operational feature that the Linux Foundation brings to everyone around the world, including hopefully many of you. There is no doubt that in the blockchain space, open source development is essential to decentralized technologies, and we really believe that the future of decentralized technologies is open source that's openly developed and openly governed. We encourage everyone to open source their code, to put their code on GitHub. But what do we really mean when we say open source that's openly developed and openly governed? Open source is a public repository of code that anyone can use, evaluate, and contribute to and build upon for any purpose. And as I mentioned, if you have a code that you open source, that's great. We really encourage everyone to do so. When we talk about open source that's openly developed, that means that there's an active community building on that open source together in the open, that anyone can participate, anyone can contribute, and there's paths that are very easy to understand to get to. And then open source that's openly governed means that the procedures and the roles for the community, how decisions are made, how the roadmaps are put together, the priorities for the project is openly defined and managed. And once again, it's easy for anyone that wants to use the code or anyone that wants to contribute to the code to really understand how that code is being governed. We encourage everyone to go through the path of open sourcing, creating open development communities, and then making sure that you have open governance across the code, and certainly the code that you're using as well. So why open source? Why use open source? Why contribute to open source? Why open source projects to a neutral foundation like the Linux Foundation? And your own GitHubs. It's primarily so others can examine, verify, and learn from the code. This is obviously very important in the blockchain space. where transparency of the code is critical for anyone to be able to operate and participate in networks. It verifies the software, allow other people to trust it, and that's quite important as we're talking about the trust networks that you all are building out. And open sourcing many benefits, things like for security, where others who can look at code and report bugs and vulnerabilities in the open transparently so everybody could see. So, you know, many people talk about the efficiencies, the economic efficiencies of open source. Working together, we really do believe, and we've seen across the world and in many regions that, you know, collaborations in open source, that building core technology, doing it together really creates environments where people are you know, moving the code and moving the industry forward. While still competing. Open source doesn't mean that you can't make money off of it, that you can have revenue, that you can't build successful companies on as well. And you know, once open source is out there, it ensures that even, you know, if one organization goes away, the development of that code continues and people can continue using. So sustainability, especially as you're building financial infrastructure, as you're building digital identity infrastructure, anything that's a market or government, making sure that it's open source is quite important as well. There are quite a few misconceptions about open source and why it's important, not only in the blockchain space, but across. We always hear it, we don't trust open source process, you know, it's not as secure as a proprietary software, and there's really no evidence of that. We can actually argue, there's a lot of reports, even on the Linux Foundation website, that will point and provide data on open source is you know, more secure because more people are, you know, fixing and finding those bugs as well. There's always, especially as we talk to governments when they're looking at open source projects to use, you know, there's provenance. We don't know who built it. How do we know what maintainers or contributors are there? And you know, basically, people are already using open source, and sometimes they don't even know it's open source. And there's a lot of standard commercial support as well for a lot of these open source projects from companies big and small. And then there's also a scope question. If I open source something, do I have to open source everything? And that's certainly not required. You can open source parts of code, or you can use parts of code that are open source and then use proprietary or deliver proprietary code in other parts as well. Open source is certainly a way to collaborate and bring innovation to the market. I think many of you who have been speaking over the last 2 days that are in the blockchain space and building out these protocols and these networks understand that open source is truly a way to drive collaboration, optionality so that it's vendor neutral, creating lower prices and switching costs across the industry. Very important, obviously, for up and coming regions and for regions that have a lot of constraints of spending in the technology field, where you see projects, and there's some of us, some here at the Linux Foundation Decentralized Trust, where governments and different organizations are building together so that they can avoid duplication of effort across these use cases. And it's really important for us to help convene both governments and regions together to be able to do that as well. Openly developed software, you know, essentially becomes a common standard. And here at the Linux Foundation and at LF Decentralized Trust, so LFDT, we really are driving the ecosystem to have standards that they can work towards to really facilitate interoperability between projects, but very importantly to, you know, drive a common standard that everyone can use globally, as especially as you know, move systems and assets, for example, across regions and ecosystems. We really believe that the power of community will always outperform the power of a single company. And one thing that I hope, if you are not familiar with open source, if you don't have a lot of experience in open source, is that really is the true power of community, is being able to collaborate together. There are many government projects, and I'll talk a little bit about those, that have to chart new territory. They're basically building new market infrastructure, new digital identity infrastructure, et cetera. And by collaborating with others around the world, it really makes the development of these code bases and these networks much faster. So the result is always production-ready technology that's hardened to support mission-critical regulated systems that last. I say this all the time, and many of you are building infrastructure today that's not just for yourself, it's for your children and your grandchildren and our children and grandchildren around the world. And it's really important to make sure that the code and the code and the processes that you go are truly open and available for all to use. Some examples of just some public sectors as you think about maybe local Ukrainian systems. I know there's a lot of open source and a lot of organizations within Ukraine that support, contribute, and use open source as well. But I thought it would be helpful to show you some world examples. For example, the World Bank and their open source strategy is really an interesting one to take a look at, as they really use open source as a way to be transparent in what they're building for the global economy, and for the development of digital public goods that people can trust and use as well. And I will make these slides available for everyone who wants to then click through the links as well that you can see. Other public sector examples in the United States, the GSA, the Government Services Administration, and the U.S. Digital Service. They really have an open source policy that all code developed is open by default. This obviously helps with the reuse of this code across different agencies in the US and outside of the US as well. There's also government digital services in the UK and the Canadian digital services as well. And as I said, I am quite aware of the Ukrainian government digital services, and some of these practices are also relevant. When we're thinking about blockchain specifically, we see really, blockchain and digital DLT technology, diverse use cases across, obviously in financial services, but in public sector, healthcare, telecommunications, supply chain. Really, DLT is a general purpose technology, and we really have seen over the last 10 years here at the foundation adoption of these technologies across many important industries that really drive countries and drive governments, etc. As you think about the last 10 years here at the Linux Foundation, you might have known us as the Hyperledger Project or the Hyperledger Foundation in the past. A lot of these projects have come in and been contributed by big companies and small companies, and are really driving the adoption of blockchain and decentralized identity across the industry, based on what the new industry needs are as well. And so we have a growing landscape of technologies, across ledgers, projects like Bezu, which is an EVM and currently also runs 16% of the Ethereum mainnet as an execution client. Projects like Hyperledger Fabric, which have run some of the biggest production supply chain and traceability projects. Hyro, which is the code base that runs the Hedera public layer 1, and on and on. There's a lot of ledger technologies that are really powering a lot of the system out there. We're looking at projects in the interoperability space, integration, implementation, decentralized identity. I'll go in a little bit of this, cryptographic tools and protocol, and then smart contracts as well, as continue to expand. We are of the opinion that there is a spectrum of blockchain. There's not one blockchain to rule them all, and not one type of blockchain, where you see permissionless public blockchains, Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana, Cardano, Hedera, etc., and more and more and more every day there seems to be another one. I do believe there'll be consolidation, but there's never going to be just one layer 1 or one layer 2. Across to the other side, where we see permission private distributed ledgers for certain use cases as well. As we see things in the market and in the industry, for example, topics around privacy, you were starting to also see both of those sides kind of blend together and come down to the middle, where the public permissionless ecosystems are using privacy preserving technologies to create privacy, and permission systems are starting to sometimes and more often using public infrastructure to also deliver these solutions to the marketplace. One of the things that I thought might be interesting to just highlight is where we see public permission networks. These are also built using Besu, but in Latin America, we have LACchain, which is a layer 1, essentially a public layer 1 with permission governance by the Inter-American Development Bank. In Europe, you see EPSI, which was the first public sector blockchain services in Europe. In Spain, Alastria, and in Brazil, Blockchain Brazil, BlockRed Brazil. All these are public permissioned layer 1s that are being used by governments and other regions to really provide services across there. If you go on our website, we just recently published a case study that highlights all these case studies, these projects as well. So want to very quickly highlight the work that we're doing in the decentralized identity space, where I think is really critical, especially in countries like the Ukraine, where you have an opportunity to build decentralized identity projects that really benefit the citizens of the country. And some of these projects we've had for a while here at the Linux Foundation. Others are relatively new. For example, Trust over IP has been at the Linux Foundation since 2017, and Trust over IP is a joint development fund working on standards to develop the architecture for the Internet Digital Trust. There are some great new working groups that I thought I would highlight that might be of interest, specifically around the topic of AI and AI agents. There is an AI and human trust working group, in a decentralized trust graph working group, where they are working on a standardized approach to proof of personhood, where you can prove that a person is a real, unique human being without violating their privacy. And then the trust spanning protocol, which is defining cross-ecosystem protocols to enable interoperable, verifiable interactions between networks. So these three are just three of the working groups that are happening at Trust over IP that could be interesting to some of the use cases that you are working on. Another highlight, the Bhutan National Digital Identity. All of Bhutan as a country has a national digital identity program. It's built on one of our open source projects called Credible, which is aligned with the Trust over IP framework. And just a couple of weeks ago, they also announced that they had now anchored all these trust registries and credential verification on the Ethereum mainnet as well. So pretty interesting project that a lot of people are keeping an eye on as well. We have a lot of tools. How do we make the use of these technologies easier for everyone to use? And we have a lot of tools that are integration, implementation, and really, once again, really focused on the requirements for these next generation and production implementations of blockchain and blockchain networks. We have new projects, Blockness, which is a cryptography library with MPC and signature thresholds, and Paladin, which we just announced this week, has been in our labs for a while, but we just announced it as an incubated project, which is delivering privacy plugins for EVM services as well. So lots of great stuff that our community continues to build, and we're very excited to be able to share with that. Another use case that I thought might be helpful to share, we do have an ebook that has, I think, close to 23 different digital currency projects that the central banks and the BIS are handling around the world. We're seeing a few of these central bank digital currencies moving forward in a production perspective, many of them with using our open source code bases as well. And it's not just, they're building out these code bases. Many of these central banks have developers and engineers who are participating in our community. They want to be able to contribute. They want to be able to bring their requirements to the community. So we just announced our 10th central bank that has joined the foundation to support the work that we do. That was the Bank of Korea that we announced today. We would love to have more conversations. We have spoken to the Central Bank of Ukraine in the past as well, and be as helpful as we can for a lot of these initiatives that the Ukraine is working on as well. We have a great place if you want to explore some of this cutting edge innovation and technology in our labs, or if you want to bring code, if you have code projects that fit our mission and scope, and you want to build a global community around it. We have a great way to bring code into our labs, and it's a very lightweight process where you can essentially start creating community and working on these open source codes together under the Linux Foundation with best practices around enterprise open source code. And it's a really great place to do that. And I really do look forward to, hopefully, out of this conversation and out of future conversations with many of you developers in the Ukraine and outside of the Ukraine, potentially finding places to come and work together here at the Linux Foundation. And as I said, we have over 100 different labs. 50 of them are pretty active. Many of these labs go on to graduate to be projects. So it's just a really great way to start experimenting. And I'd love to, once again, to see some projects coming from the community there. A couple highlights, just if you want to take a look at some of our newest labs, specifically in the zero knowledge domain. We have a project called Lightstream, which is developing post-quantum ZK proof systems, ZKBK out of Berkeley, which is building first-person credentials based on zero-knowledge proof systems, and generic ZK snarks, which is a contribution by the Ethereum Foundation that is being led by the Privacy and Scaling Explorations Group around standardizing generic ZK snarks. So privacy, obviously, very, very quite important process. We have a lot more labs that might be of interest to the community there as well. I went through a lot of stuff and you're like, whoa, Daniela, there's so much. How do we even know where to get started? We have some great resources on our website. The Project Matrix is a place that you can go and see. And once again, this is all open source. You can use it, you can contribute to it, you can participate. You don't have to be a member. You don't have to even be a named person. You really lurk, and you can use the code for things. Our Project Matrix is a great place to get started on that as well. If you are interested in finding out more of the case studies, like what other case studies are there, we have a case study tracker. We have case studies on our website. Our case studies tracker has over 300 different use cases built with our technologies. Some of these use cases obviously can be built on other platforms and other solutions, but if you have a desire to learn about how blockchain is being used worldwide, could be a great resource for you as well. All our projects are open, as I said. All our meetings are open. You can go to the calendar of public meetings on our website, browse by project or working group, and just participate. Show up, lurk on a call, watch a recording. If you register for the meetings, you get access to LFX as an individual, and you have a dashboard. All the meetings that you might miss, maybe there are not great hours for the Ukraine or wherever you are based in the world, you can go ahead and just record, automatically see the recordings and the transcripts, which can be translated if English is not your first language. We also want to have developers around the world be trained. We have training and certification on topics of how to be an open source developer, how to use open source, but then obviously on the projects themselves. So the Linux Foundation trains millions of people, and whether it's Kubernetes or the Linux kernel, or obviously the DLT projects currently that we have certification in is Hyperledger Fabric and Besu, and you'll see more in the upcoming months as well. The great resource upskilling your engineers to understanding blockchain. We have an intro to blockchain course that we launched, and over 300,000 people over the years has taken. I get people coming up to me all the time, even crypto bros, right? They're not really interested in enterprise blockchain, and they'll say, "Hey, Daniela, my first foray into the blockchain space was that intro to blockchain course that I took in 2017, 2018, etc." We have a very active global community. Every week you can attend a webinar. And when I encourage, we do a lot of these webinars and discussions in other regions. In India, for example, we have 15,000 developers in our India regional chapter who get together, who share work within India and outside of India. In Brazil, we have over 7,000 people in our regional chapter. We have a regional chapter in Europe, a regional chapter in Japan, and we would love to support a Ukraine-based regional chapter to really help educate and help tell the story of what Ukraine is building to our global community. So I look forward to hopefully being able to talk to you all about that as well. If you want to start digging deeper, we have workshops on many of our projects and many of the topics that I covered today. And if you go into our workshop video pages on YouTube, you could pretty much find either 1 hour or 3 hour sessions or workshops that can really get you started in using these technologies and building solutions. Participating in the community is something I would highly invite you to join us. We are a Discord community where you can go by project channels and special interest groups and really get in there. There's regional chapters if you want to engage with other regions, for example, about the work that you're doing, get to do learnings from them. We're happy to coordinate that as well. So please do join our Discord and participate there. And if you've never been part of an open source community, sometimes you use open source and you've just never even participated in an open source community yourself. It's really easy. All are welcome to participate. It's really a great path for any organization, any country, any company that wants to contribute. It's very easy to do so. In our systems, you can just sign up for an account and you get an LFID, as I mentioned. You get the whole platform, and you get access to trainings and courses and stuff. We have a code of conduct, so you can always feel that within our community you are in a safe space. And if you just start lurking, join a couple of calls and find out how the projects work, how the community works, whether it's a lab or a project. There's many great in the labs, for example, other DLT projects that the community is working on that I would encourage you to take a look at as well. So without further ado, I'm happy to take any questions, but I encourage you to participate. I encourage you to learn. I encourage you to talk about open source within the Ukraine, whether it's the government or other agencies. And we're always happy to do sessions, to do workshops, to really educate on why open source, why open development, and why open governance is really the way to build our future networks.
Great. Thank you so much. So much information and such a great network of projects and ideas. It's just amazing. And I also while you were speaking of the community, I wanted to remind our listeners that we together organize a meetup for the Ukrainian community in mind, happening on November 20th on the national decentralized identity national standards, where we will have some of Ukrainian experts, but also we expect the expert who was building Bhutan identity. So thanks for this interesting partnership opportunity. And thanks for staying so late with us. I know it's quite late now in Singapore.
Yeah, not a problem. And if we're happy to connect. We are connectors of our community that's so big. If there's other groups that want to have presentations, just let us know, and we're here to serve you. Thank you, Max, for the opportunity.
Thank you so much. On this note, I guess we need to move to the next speaker, and let me invite Vahtan Chikladze. Hey, Vahtan, can you hear us?
Hello. Thank you for invitation. Do you hear me too, Max?
Yeah, all is well. Would you like to share a presentation?
Yeah, I share the screen, and
yeah, I see it. Head into the stage.
I want to be clear that everybody see my presentation.
Yeah, it's all good. You can start.
Yeah, amazing. Thank you. Also, I want to thank Daniele about insightful speech about open source Linux Foundation. Also, I am using Linux at least 10 years, and I like it. So thank you. But now I want to share my scientific work, which is written on the paper, and this paper thesis is a conceptual framework for building the decentralized electricity market based on derivative instruments using blockchain technology. I'm Vahtan, and I want firstly to show the working group of this article. On the left side, me, I'm with microphone. This bald man is me. I am from National Technical University of Ukraine, Igor Sikorsky Polytechnic Institute. The inhaler and problem statement was formed by Volodymyr Yevdokimov. He is from Pukhov Institute of Modeling Energy Engineering. And my scientific supervisor is Anton Kudin. He is working in National Bank of Ukraine, and he's responsible of security of the whole trading system. And another participant is Volodymyr Artemchuk. He's economical supervisor, and he advises how to build the better model from economical side. Today's plan is something like this. This consists of 6 parts. Firstly, we will look at the energy market statement and problem. Then we move forward to blockchain-based market. The next, I will present you primary token and yield token. It is main part of the blockchain-based market of electro-energy. Then I present you the custom order book for electricity trading, because the order book that we are seeing every day on the cryptocurrency market is not applicable for the electricity. And I present you index yield token, that is investment asset based on yield tokens. So energy market today. Right now we have that electricity market run on centralized infrastructures with centralized operators like XM Trade or market operator of Ukraine. There are fixed market roles, so we have producers, suppliers, consumers, and market operator. Also, there are limited transparency, and the pricing clearing is hosted on closed infrastructure. And there are several key problems. There are a single point of failure. If some centralized backend is going down, the whole system will going down, and we will have blackouts. And not will be able to make accounting and clearing of the energy. Also, there are limited flexibility due to centralized infrastructure. Also, we have no instrument for for providing trading. Also, we don't have some instrument for risk measures, and we have opaque settlement. Any participant can't audit transactions, or it is limited. So we are going to move forward to decentralized market of energy. So we're going from single operator to distributed consensus, which makes no single point of failure, from a closed database and manual clearing to transparent ledger and automatic on-chain clearing. Also, we have fixed roles, and we're going to programmable roles. It will be possible to add agents or some DAOs or another roles that may be possible in electricity markets. We can go from daily settlement to hourly or real-time tokenized delivery. Also, in centralized markets, it's no yield or hedging instruments, and we present a solution as primary token and yield tokens that enable yield trading and provide risk measurements. And on the centralized markets, there are regulatory compliance via intermediaries, and there will be possible to add some on-chain policy layer on the smart contract in blockchain-based markets. So the firstly thing to move forward to blockchain market is there are existing conceptual ideas that are existing on DeFi. There are existing protocol bundle that splits yield-bearing asset into two parts. First part is principal token, the principal value of underlying asset, and yield token, this future income of asset. I will provide the example. We have staked Ethereum that are minted and issued by Lido. Lido is staking protocol, and this asset, it has yield bearing. And what bundle does? It wraps this yield bearing asset into stabilized yield. This is SY asset, and this SY asset is split to principal token plus yield token. And this bundle protocol features that it is created two markets, SY and PT, and SY and ET. So we will not go deep into how bundle works. We should split out the main idea. We can split underlying asset and yield. Before providing how tokenization of electricity may be, we should keep in mind that electricity is not commodity as currency or goods. Electricity is consumable in time. For example, in Kyiv, we have blackouts, and there are working generators on the streets, and it makes some noise on the street. And you can notice that if the generator don't work, it don't produce electricity, and if generator works, it produces energy, and there are lights in the buildings. So this is consumable in time, and energy is generated by generators. It can be accumulated in accumulators, but it has no power to consume a whole building. The next step, we should understand the roles of electricity consumers and producer, and this role has rights and obligations. Consumer have right to receive electricity power, and obligation, and consumer have obligation to pay the consumer for electricity power. And producer have right to receive payment for the electricity, and producer have obligation to supply the energy power. So we can tokenize representation. So let's principal token PT will be the right to receive electricity power, and yield token ET is right to receive payment. Principal token, yeah, as I said, it represents the right to receive electricity power within specific time slot. It is fungible token, and the main feature of fungibility token it is splittable, and it can be transferable to another consumers. So if I owning PT in my wallet, that means that I have right to receive electricity power during specific time slot. Example, for example, wallet Vitalik.eth owns 10 principal tokens in the time slot from 4 p.m. till 5 p.m. This means the holder is entitled to receive 10 kilowatt hours of electricity between 4 p.m. And 5 p.m. And the corresponding producer has the obligation to supply that power. And now we going to discuss the yield token. It consists of two parts. So yield token represents the producer right to receive a payment for electricity supplied within a specific time slot. It's fungible asset, it can be split. The right to receive payment can be split and distributed to the another for producers or another consumer who wants to receive payment from consumer. And this yield token also is allocating payment, and we can say that this is escrow contract. For example, wallet Vahtank.is, this is my wallet. It owns 12 yield token in specific time slot from 4 p.m. till 5 p.m. It means that the holder, me, has a right to receive 12 hryvnias. Hryvnia is Ukrainian currency, and receive it for the electricity delivery during time slot. If I sold earlier, LT sold means I redeem redeem yield token to liquidity. Also, we have yield token, it allocates liquidity. Under yield token, there are liquidity, and we can redeem yield token and get liquidity. So if I, next slide, this yield token has a pricing model, and it has it is defined by discount alpha. For example, if I redeem my yield token on the 4 p.m., I will get 95% of the liquidity. If I redeem the 12 yield token at the 5 p.m., I will get full liquidity. So this line is defined the redemption rate of the asset, and it has incentive to hold yield token during the end of time slot. So now we discuss the custom order book for electricity trading. Also, traditional order books match only by price and quantity. Also, I mentioned that that electricity is time dependent, and energy at 1 p.m. is not the energy of 8 p.m. So, and we need some another model how we can to place the order of how much electricity we want in which time slot. And I provided some technical solution which solve the issue and requirements for energy trading, and I decided to use ERC 1155, and this is order book that consists of 3 sets of smart contracts from BID ERC 1155, ask ERC 1155. Also, BID consists of orders from producers, which how much energy I propose, and ask consists of how energy I demand. And there are top of it, there are matcher smart contract. It scans the both order books, find matches, burns orders, and issues the primary token and yield token. Also, ERC 1155 is semi-fungible token standard, and there are defined token ID that consists of this consists of this formula. I will describe you what does this means. We get the Unix timestamp of the beginning of time slot, and shift left on the 128 bits, and making OR operation with the price. I described what is timestamp is. Timestamp is Unix timestamp. It encodes this integer into of this date, and price is desired price per kilowatt per hour. For example, we have value 102. It means we have a price 1 hryvnia 2 cents hryvnia per kilowatt hour. The next, we describe the investment assets in index yield token. There are problem of yield token. It is architectural problem that each yield token exists only for one time slot. It means the short lifespan and low liquidity. For example, 12 hryvnias, it's low liquidity under escrowed yield token. Also, it's hard to invest, trade, and hold yield from multiple hours and different producers. So any producer can mint the index YLT. Index is some basket of assets, and this basket, it consists of yield tokens, and mint issuance is defined by this simple formula. It consists of how much yield token we want to put in the index yield token, and multiply it by half of the discount. For example, producer received 100 yield token from matcher. Matcher means to the producer 100 yield token, and the discount of yield token is 5%. This is 5%. Producer can issue 97.5 index yield token. After maturity, after the end of time slot, index YLT will withdraw liquidity of 100 hryvnias from yield token and put it to index yield token. So by this mint formula, we will see the following graphics. The liquidity of hryvnias is growing faster than total supply of index yield token. The consequences of this minting formula, the index ET increasing in value, so it grows the price because liquidity is growing faster than total supply of index yield token. So the future works, we are going to agent-based simulation. We have to test liquidity, volatility, and price discovery on the real load profiles. We wanted to integration and meter backends. So we want to connect smart meters and energy attribute certificates registries for on-chain verification. So this EAC will be hold the certificate that may be signed by Oblenergo, this regional operator that signs the certificate, and it verifies that electricity is produced by this producer. Yeah. We want to try privacy preserving settlement, use aggregation or zero knowledge proofs for sensitive or of consumption data. we want to adaptive buybacks models. We want another redeem formulas. For example, we have here a line redemption rate, and we can use different pricing model, redemption rate models. It can be non-linear or another form. Also, we can have another approach and to try it. Maybe it would be another good ways to have another rates formulas. Also, and we want execution venues. Compare on-chain order book and another automated market maker-based hybrids under MEF conditions. This is only for efficiency of trading. Maybe there may be implied intent-based trading, or if the chain commissions will be cheap, very cheap, we can use another automated market maker models, like maybe curve-based or some constant product formula, so etc. So thank you for attention. And do you have questions about this pricing, pricing and schema?
Yeah, thanks so much, Vakhtang. And I guess just from my side, it's really interesting to follow your work also with agent-based modeling, and also through the 3 days, the energy use cases for Ukraine were continually highlighted as important. So great work on that.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, let's see. But so far, maybe no questions. Maybe you can tell how to contact you in case somebody will watch the recording. I think most will watch it.
Yeah, you can write me on the email. Maybe someone can ask Maxim about my email. Sorry, I forgot to add this to the presentation, but you can go to the organizer and ask for my email. I'm available, and maybe there are some proposals or you're interested in this article. I can share it to you. Currently now it is in preprint, and maybe you have some interest. So we are open to collaboration. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks so much. Have a great evening, and I am putting our next speaker to the stage, my colleague in Web3 Institute, Dmitro Maslov. Hey, Dmitro, are you with us?
Hi, yes, I am.
Great. Do you have a presentation to share?
I have a presentation, and even I have a power. I've got 30 minutes ago to share the
that's
presentation.
great news. Speaking about electricity, right? Do you see how to?
Yes, yes.
Upload?
Yes.
Yeah, this is our last presentation of the day, so no hurry at all. Take as much time as you need, and yeah, the stage is yours.
One second. I made it. I want to make it better. Like that. Can you see my presentation?
Yeah, it's there.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Dmitro Maslov. I represented Web3 Institute and also National Academy of Sciences of Ukraine. My subject today is decentralized science. and how it can help us to change how we publish scientific works and evaluate scientists. So the plan is this. First, I want to talk something about the crisis in science, the causes of the crisis, Ukrainian case of the crisis, because it was my study from the last year, the solutions that provide DeFi, decentralized science, and some my thoughts about the DeFi solutions and how can we improve it to tackle this crisis. So the first side of the crisis is the replication crisis. Many people who works in science know about this. This is the problem that some studies, and more of them, can be reproduced. So we try the same experiment, gather the data, repeat the experiment, but we have different results. This is not what scientists expect out of the same experiment. If you prove something, you need it to be consistent. This is some headlines from articles in Nature and Science that talk about this crisis. Next is the industrialization of fraud, predatory publishing. We have more and more predatory journals that can publish for money anything you give them from any field with some doubtful quality. If we had 800 predatory journals in 2014, we have more than 50,000 in 2021, and it's getting worse. Even in Nature, in the last headline, Europe's largest paper mill, 1,500 articles linked to Ukrainian network. So Ukrainians not in good light in this regard. The problem is that these paper mills, these factories that produce scientific papers in astonishing amounts, they bribe in editors, they use AI to generate bad papers. They organize incitation cartels, where this organization can boost your citations, Hirsch index, and impact factor, and any other metrics could be boosted with the not very honest behavior of some scientists. As a result, we have top list of journals by impact factor, and some journals can appear there that no one ever heard about before. Also, the retraction, this is the Google Ngram information, how it is discussed, how frequently is discussed this in the literature. Before 2010, we almost never heard about predatory journals. Something happened in 2000s. Something happened at that time. We also have peer review crisis because the system is overloaded with papers. We have more and more papers. Even the number of researchers does not increase as much as number of papers. Editors of journals resigning because they have no ability to process all these papers and other bad practices from some journals. AI also is involved in reviewing. This is also have been reported by the Nature and Science. And we have skyrocketing retractions of papers. 10,000 papers retracted in 2023. And every year we have a new record. And I managed to put some data together. So this is based on retraction database, retraction watch database. This is the number of retracted papers by year. So we see how it's going to the moon. But we can say that it is because more and more papers are published, and not exactly, because if we take a share of retracted papers of all published papers, we also see this trend. So we have the flood of publications. I wanted to mention some quote of Peter Higgs, who said, "I wouldn't be productive enough for today's academic system." And we have scientists who published papers every couple of days, who have now, even we have the dozens of scientists who published more than 200 papers per year. So there is that. What is the root cause of this crisis? How I see it. The fundamental problem is because we extensively use the so-called objective measurement of scientific output, like in number of papers, number of citations, impact factor, journal rankings, and so on. The problem with that is that no scientific papers is equal to another. And to be able to manage it, to measure it, to calculate it, we need that it must be heterogeneous, or homogeneous, yes. And science produce qualitatively heterogeneous outputs, because we cannot compare one paper to another. We don't know how much time it gets to prepare it, how much resources, how important is this for the science. Yes, we have no objective criteria for this, so we cannot compare it, and thus we cannot calculate the number of papers. This is would be meaningless. The same is true for citations, because no citations is equal to another. Like the citation could be about how great, how important you work. The citation could be about how it is the most stupid thing I ever read in my life. So citations are also very, very different, and we cannot measure it. Beside that, we have citation cartels, the organizations, industrial organizations, who can game these metrics and make it even more irrelevant. Adding together three scientific articles is like adding together yogurt, sunrise, and the declarations of independence. This is we receive three things, yes, but it doesn't mean anything. Another dimension is economical and political. We have centralization of publishing, oligopoly of big five publishers: Elsevier, Wiley, Taylor and Fraser, Springer, Sage. They have astonishing profits measure up to 40%. The Elsevier profits grows 5 times since 1995. Coincidentally, about at the same time, we started to use extensively metrics like Hirsch index, like impact factor, for evaluating scientific publishing, and other similar metrics. At the same time, scientists who do all the work for publishers, they are editing, they are editors, reviewers, writers, researchers, they don't get paid at all by publishers who sell their work for profits. They charge universities, they charge for indexing, they control scientometric databases, and makes big money. Universities cannot refuse to pay because they need access to journals and their journals to be indexed. This is a number of papers per researcher for the last reported year that was published and indexed in Scopus database. As we can see, one of the top, this is productivity measure, yes, productivity measure of number of papers per researcher. Colombia is number 1, Iraq, Qatar, Ukraine is also in the top. They have almost 1 paper per researcher per year. Colombia has almost 3. And we see on the right side of the chart, USA, Germany, Brazil, France, South Korea, and Japan, almost the last years. So does it mean that all the countries on the left side are better in science than countries on the right side? I don't think so. We can also see, we can also look at the other effectiveness measurement. This is papers per 1 million expenses in R&D for the last reported year. Number of papers that published per 1 million investment in science. We have leader Iraq, then Pakistan, then Ukraine. Ukraine had the 3rd place. This is this is only Scopus database. If we count all papers, for example, that are published in Ukraine, in other databases, in our domestic databases, we beat Iraq. We will be in 1st place in 250, I guess. So, and the last places are taken by USA, Japan, South Korea, Germany, Taiwan, France, Belgium, and so on. So we have astonishing effectiveness about countries on the left because they have very little money to make a paper. But something tells me that countries on the right are better in science. So Ukrainian researchers appear to be more productive, but this is most likely tells us about unjustified requirements to publish more and more, and we have these several laws that forces regulations that force Ukrainian scientists to publish more and more papers. This is also true for other countries, but in Ukraine we go to extremes. Very low resources. We have one of the lowest research and expenses in the world, about 0.3% of GDP. And this causes widespread imitation of scientific work, and this distracts the research quality. So we have this dilemma. Under equal resources, input resources, a greater quantity of publications can only be increased by losing research quality. And quality is binary. Yes, you cannot slightly less quality out of paper. Either your paper is good or it is not. Or it is not a science. Does it solve problem or does it not solve problem? Does it provide novelty and good data, or it doesn't? And we can ask where is the limit on this effectiveness. Could it go higher? Of course it can. We already have people who publish more than 200 papers a year. And something tells me that this is maybe not the great papers. So what the solutions could be there? Decentralized science. This is a movement to democratize research using Web3 technology. The core values are decentralization and transparency. They identify some of the problems. I don't think they identify all of them, but some of them are identified correctly. This is centralized control, paywalls, oligopoly of big publishers, closed peer review, misaligned incentives, and intellectual property monopolization by publishers. DeFi, what proposes DeFi? Decentralization and openness. DeFi advocates for removing centralized intermediaries and providing platforms for researchers to raise funding, share data, run experiments, and distribute findings directly to the public. I think the main goal of decentralization must be to abolish academic journals, because with today's level of technology, we don't need really academic journals anymore. Also, the decentralizations by itself doesn't solve the problem of reputation and trust, which is important in science. We still have rely on reputation because for people from outside science, we need mechanism to know who to trust. 20 years ago, we all knew that the Quarterly Journal of Economics was prestigious because of its history and people who published there. John Clark, Eugene Bembaverk, John Maynard Keynes, Robert Solow, or the Journal of Political Economy. It was founded in 1892. Published the articles of Robert Barrow, Paul Romer, Paul Krugman, George Stigler, Gary Becker, Robert Lucas. Now we just know that it is in top 7 journals based on the major journal rank. So the metrics replacing the reputation and replacing human judgments, and that's I think part of the problem also. DeFi, another thing proposed by DeFi is blockchain for integrity and immutability. DeFi leverages blockchain technology to ensure integrity and authenticity of scientific records. By storing research outputs and associated metadata on a transparent, decentralized ledger, data becomes tamper-proof and censorship resistant. And third thing is tokenized incentive systems. DeFi introduce the systems to reward activities often overlooked by essential for good science: high quality peer review, data curation, creation of open source tools, and replication of existing studies. This have also 2 edges. For one thing, yes, there is a problem that reviewers are not get paid, and editors. But research on intrinsic motivation shows that external monetary rewards can actually undermine intrinsic motivation for intellectual work. When you pay people to do something they would do anyway out of interest, you can paradoxically reduce their engagement. I think the problem with incentives, I think there is no problem with the motivation of scientists. People who are involved in science, they want to do science. They want to review other papers. They want to be editors because it's prestigious. The problem is that they don't have time for this in current system. They don't have time, don't have resources, because they need to publish more and more papers, review more and more papers, and they just can manage it. If you pay people for something they don't have time for, it could solve partially the problem, but maybe at the expense of their other activities, so they can spend less time on their own research to earn some money for reviewers of research of others. There are DeFi projects and infrastructure that are currently developing. They have some of them. They have their tokens that is have already nice capitalizations. Molecule is core infrastructure for intellectual property NFTs marketplace. Vita DAO is a decentralized autonomous organization that focuses on longevity research, utilizing Molecule's AP NFT framework for enable community-driven funding for aging research. There are a number of others. Athena DAO is dealing with women's health. Research Hub, I return to Research Hub later, and others. DeSci Labs, it is it has one of its internal project which is called DeSci Publish, all-in-one preprint network for sharing and versioning manuscripts, data, and code without fees or barriers. It integrated AI. I'll show you. AI can find you sorry, this takes too much time. It uses AI to try to find papers, to tell you about them in summaries, but I think I like more the ResearchGate. Research Hub. Research Hub, they created a journal of themselves, Research Hub journal. It pays for reviewers $150 in their research coin. They have token research coin that this is used for paying the reviewers. But to publish a paper, you need to pay $300, which is enough for 2 reviewers. So it is unclear why do they need their token for that. But still, it's a lot less than most open access journals charge you. They have charges of $2,000, $3,000, $4,000. Nature have 8, 10, 11,000. The problem, but the main problem that not that reviewers don't get paid. It is that they have no time for reviews. But Research Hub is interesting also because it has something that I have in mind also for how to make more transparent research. So this is example of some paper. You have sections of reviews. You can see the reviews. You can vote for them. You can comment on them. And I think this is great. This is how the current system of publishing should look like. So we don't need closed journals with paywalls. This is if the study is not a state secret and it is published in open access or in a subscription model. This is how it should look, I think. I also have some ideas how to improve it. I come back to this later. So decentralized science provides technical infrastructure. This is distributed ledger technologies that provides immutable tamper-proof records that create permanent censorship-resistant audit trails for every step of the research process. Decentralized storage, there are projects like IPFS, Arweave, and Filecoin that can protect the science data and make it decentralized as well. And also zero knowledge proof to cryptographically demonstrate the validity of a claim without disclosing underlying sensitive information. I think this is crucial for possible solutions for science publishing. I will also mentioned it later. DeFi also includes Web3 funding mechanism, DAO governments, quadratic funding, milestone-based smart contracts. Decentralized autonomous organization allow diverse stakeholders. It works, but mostly for now it works mostly in health research and mostly development. Quadratic funding, it formula prioritizes the number of unique contributions over total amount. And milestone-based smart contracts can issue research grants with built-in milestones and public tracking, unlike traditional funding granted upfront with limited transparency. This is only applicable to some of research and development. In biomedical, for example. But in other fields, in fundamental science, we don't have a way to measure science results in the moment. In the long run, we see that science is important, but not at this time. Many great discoveries happened because some scientists just thought, what if, and studying something for fun or developing tools with zero understanding of practical applications. And for this, smart contracts, milestone-based smart contracts are maybe not very suited. Also, tokenization of intellectual property, like patents. They can transform previously illiquid institutional assets to liquid on-chain assets. They can be fractionalized, allowing multiple stakeholders. But patents are technology development results, not research results. Patents could be sold and thus tokenized, but pure research products, I think, I'm not sure. And how do you make money on science research as opposed to technology? The fruits of research are too far away for any business to be interested. Research must be funded by governments and international organizations. Technology can be funded by private entities. So this has application, of course, but it is also limited. So what is, in my opinion, DeFi gets right? This is technical infrastructure that makes obsolete current system of scientific publishing and mostly funding. Not mostly, but in some cases. It identifies centralization problems, open access and transparency goals has, and need for new incentive structures. What DeFi misses is that we still have reputation and trust systems. Tokenizations can commodify science, and this is not always a good thing. DeFi cannot replace expert judgment, and intrinsic motivations is important. So what in my opinion, we can improve in current decentralized science stations? station. The core principle is make subjective evaluation public, which is partially provided by Research Hub. This is a great platform, I think. This platform should allow to publish anyone anything they want, but it also must be reviewed. So we can, on this problem, we can't separate the reviewed and not reviewed papers like it happens in other preprint publishing platforms. So this platform also must provide templates for papers, dataset, research outputs, so we don't need to change the format for different journals. There is a waste of time complete. Authors must be visible, but reviewers can be anonymous, and for this anonymity, we can use zero knowledge proofs. We must also see connections, authors, credential, and networks. Who are they connected to? And tiered commentary. So we can, for example, to show in different colors people who are reviewing and commenting your paper. Scientists with close expertise, scientists, they could review your paper, not only commenting. Other scientists from the field, scientists from other fields, any other scientists, and any other users. So this would make science accessible to all. Ideally, it would look like a Reddit discussion, a forum discussion. We can make something that is happening only on conferences or thesis presentations. We can make it online. Social media was made exactly for this. Now we can how we can see what researchers are connected with whom. Why do we need this? This is for evaluation. The principle, the idea is tell me who is your friend is, and I tell you who you are. So there is a study that shows that the highest chance of winning the Nobel Prize in science is to be the student of a Nobel Prize winner earlier. So this connection in science matter. Who is supervisor of your work? Who are you publishing papers together? Who are you cite? This is important. We don't need to count citations, but it is good to know who cites your work and whose work do you cite. So this connection could be based on keywords, co-authorship, supervision. You can have score as accumulated over entire career or for last years. We must have version control, of course, because we can edit papers. There is a good opportunity that's provided by version control, where we can, which is not possible in classical journals, but now modern technology allows us this. And reviews could be anonymous, but for the reputation system to work better, it should not be anonymous, because it shows your expertise, build reviewer reputation, and anti-fraud. But zero proofs solves most of these problems, and it could be used to hide the name reviewer, but also validates its expertise. And this could be used for critical use of powerful figures, because maybe your supervisor or maybe your head of your department, maybe some politicians, maybe controversial topics. And not everyone could be a reviewer, but everyone could comment, and we see who reviewers are by their color in conversation section, and we can judge how important is their opinion on this matter. Do they have any expertise? At the same time, this system would work only if we change the way how we see publishing. We need to stop rewarding imitations. For this, we must stop to use scientometrics in evaluating students, universities, rankings, journals, and so on. We also must enforce real consequences for dishonest behavior in science. For people involved in creating paper mills, plagiarism, and so on. We must promote transparency, publish reviews, connection between scientists, make the network visible. Eliminate regulatory requirements. This is most painful issue for Ukrainian scientists, because we have too much of that. List of approved journals, scientific databases, and we stop using metrics as the targets. The only way to stop using metrics as the targets if we can stop use these metrics altogether. The Ukrainian context, the Ukrainian situation is maybe suitable to try something new, because the system pushed to its breaking point by productivity requirements and scientific community aware of the problems, mostly opportunities for radical reform without entrenched commercial interests, and a chance to build something new rather than incrementally reforming the old. I think our goal must be to return to core scientific values, truth-seeking, peer evaluation, and intrinsic motivation rather than external metrics. We don't need many papers. Yes, we need to know the truth, to seek knowledge. So the path forward is this. Science faces multiple interconnected crises. The fundamental problem is we're trying to measure the thing that could not be measured in the first place. And we need better mechanics for scientists to evaluate each other's works, and for that evaluation to be visible to the world. Thank you. I will have questions if you have them.
Yeah, thank you so much. You can ask questions in the YouTube section, but my question would be, like, as you work in the National Academy of Sciences, what is the perception of the DeSci approaches there, and overall the topic that you explored?
I think most people do not know about this. They didn't hear about this. This is the first time that I talk about decentralized science publicly. I have plans to show it to my colleagues in National Academy. For now, I show them that there are these crises that are pressing, and now they ask me what can we do. This was my plan. So the next step is to show him decentralized science and these tools that provide these great opportunities to move forward.
And thinking of Ukraine as just one not so big country in terms of like scientific stage. Like if we want to move forward, would we have enough to kind of change the standard, or should we pool resources maybe with the other countries who feel the same? Like, how would you feel about the approach of like trying this out?
Yes, this is a global problem. The crisis in science, it doesn't happen only in Ukraine. In Ukraine, we have some extremes, but this is a common problem. So I think there are some initiatives, like people who created the decentralized science in the first place. Yes, people who created Research Hub, people who joined initiative like Quora, that gathers more and more participants, universities from around the world. We have in Spain, in Switzerland, I know, in Zurich University. So we can maybe talk to them and show them what is happening in Web3 in terms of science development, and of course promote it further away. Yes.
Okay, great. Well, I see no questions so far. Thank you so much for the presentations, and thanks for researching such an important topic about science and its impacts. Yeah, I think this is the last one for the day and for the IEEE conference this year. Thanks everybody who was with us. I just want to remind you again about the upcoming meetups. Tomorrow on the digital democracy, on the Tuesday, right, we will have the Web3 in education in Ukrainian language for Ukrainian educators and researchers. And on the 20th, there would be a meetup on the decentralized identity. All of them will give an opportunity to have more like of a conversation with peers, not just listening to keynote. But yeah, Dmitro, thanks again, and have a great rest of the day, everybody.
Thank you. I congratulate you with the completion of this huge conference, and have a nice evening.
Yeah. Ciao, ciao.